Vibe blowing up the J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slack.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Better boss up, nigga.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. Well, welcome back to the internationally known The Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne in this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the Notorious One, a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds, LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg
Your
Greg.
third leg was just phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the Mitch Slapper, the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Matey Matrix, the chocolate of Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me CGA humbly. That is C God Allah, and I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Boy, do we got a great show for you today. We have a pretty interesting video of a man. I think it's a man. It's a male. All right. He's not the biggest example of what a man is, but he's trying to put his word in there. It's a man, and he's basically saying, well, men are not cold approaching women because, yeah, women do not let men down easily. All right. He said, AKA men are scared to approach because the way women reject men isn't the nicest way to reject. And he's telling these bits of information. By the way, these are 2 or 3 normies involved in this conversation, which is indicative of how the relationship conversation is going, because we used to talk about this a long time ago, but now the normies are talking about it and they're putting their 2 cents in. So you have 2 mealy-mouthed muskrats that are on the other side of the conversation, and they were like, hold up, this is not fair. All right, they basically said, they gave them the old,
how dare you?
All right, they gave them the old, how dare you? And what happened was they said, well, I feel like you're blaming women for you not approaching women. All right, yes, indeed. That's what they said. I feel like you're trying to blame women for the for men's inability to approach women. Yes, we have that. We also have dating events going up in fuego. Why men are not attending dating events. There apparently are dating events that go down. I never hear of them, nor am I looking for a dating event. I'm not sitting around twiddling my thumbs on a Saturday night going, damn, I wonder if there's a dating event going on. Okay. Is there a dating event? Is there an event where there's just a group of women sitting around interested in me approaching them for 35 seconds, a minute? I wonder if my city is hosting a dating event. All right, I probably can say I've never been to a dating event, and I'm almost 50 years old. I'm an old ass man. I'm almost 50 years old. I can say I have never been to a dating event, and I have never tried to even want to go to a dating event. So it's an interesting conversation. We do have a woman. We may not show her, but she talked about the type of guys that would either attend or not attend at a dating event. But she broke it down into men that would attend and men that wouldn't attend a dating event. And people are boiling down as to why men aren't attending. So we're going to hear that later on. I think last week we talked about the black woman that went to a dating event. And she said she showed up and there were only a few black men there. And they were all talking to white women. You know what I mean? So as they walked in the door. Where the white women at? And so then they were like, hey, we went to a dating event. There were some black brothers. I love you. All right. There was some black brothers there, but they was one white women.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right. So there was that. We also have breaking news. Andrew Tate possibly being accused of choking a bitch. All right. Andrew Tate apparently choking a bitch and getting that neck. I understand that, you know. This woman said he got her neck a little bit too hard in California while he was out here visiting. And she is looking to press charges against Andrew Tate as he is back in Transylvania for his case here. We're going to review that and some text messages. We're going to see some inner game. I mean, you might have had to pay for his pimp and hose degree, but we're going to see some inside game from Andrew Tate's own text messages. Guys, maybe you can apply this to your life if you're a fan of Andrew Tate. We're going to see some text game by Andrew Tate coming up next. This is going to be a great show. But to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box from the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. It could be a false alligator, you know. It could be a false alligator. It could be. All right, but we're going to find out. And we're going to look at her neck, too. All right, because she looked like the type I would get her neck, too. You know, ladies like men to get their necks, though. I mean, there's a way to get their neck, though. I like to get their neck. All right. And she got a nice neck to get. I would have got her neck too. All right. But we're going to talk about that later. All right. We got a lot of crime and law CGA coming up here. All right. But let me get to the earlier contributors to today's show before this show goes off the rails. And it's hot in Vegas. It's hot in here. Shout out to Corey. He says, morning, coach. Appreciate you, sir. Morning to you, Corey, over on the Cash App. Appreciate y'all, man. The OGs over on Venmo. Have they made their way over on Venmo yet? I have no idea because it's still signing up. Nobody over on Venmo. Let me check PayPal and then we'll go over to Ko-Fi because PayPal normally be the last. So I'm going to make y'all be the first. Be the first this morning. Early in the morning. Yes, indeed. Somebody said they let certain dudes choke. Well, it's an art in choking a girl sexually. I might have to bring this up because a lot of people ain't ready for this conversation. Kayla says, what's up, coach? When it comes to women cheating, it would always be easier for them because they always have access to sex. Even in marriages, they control the access, which ends up being bad for the marriage. We got to stop saying that if the husband helped around the house more, that he would get more sex. Wives will cheat with their men or with men who will never wash dishes or fold clothes. That's actually a good point. If the divorce laws weren't against men like they are, it should be easier for them to leave their wives for insubordination. And I think the most important point is women say, well, I stopped having sex with my husband because he didn't help around the house more. But the new man she's cheating with ain't helping around the house either. All right. So why are you cheating with the new man then? Is he helping around the house? The answer is nope. But you know what we're looking at is people making excuses for women, right? So we have to be, as men, this is what I'm telling men to do. Stop making excuses for women, right? This is what we do. Why do women cheat? Well, here's a couple of reasons why women cheat. Nah. They cheat because they cheat. Because why do men cheat? All right, I'll wait. There's no laundry list needed. Well, he was a no good scumbag, cheater. All right, yes. Okay, we got that. But why did he do it? Well, it shouldn't matter. All right, well, his wife hasn't slept with him in 5 years. So it shouldn't matter. See, there's no excuse. Right, when it comes to women. So when it comes to men, there's no excuse. But for sometimes when it comes to women, we give them all kind of outs. Well, and he didn't make her feel that, and he didn't hit it right, and he pushed her into his arms, and yeah, bro. Nah, they cheated because they wanted to cheat. All right, because they ain't shit out here. That's what it was. All right, so that's what I'm trying to get men to understand. 100%. Okay, and that's what they be doing. They be shopping and they be cheating. All right, we got, let's see here. Good Lord have mercy. All right, somebody was watching the show in the morning. But do me a favor. Hold on for a second. I see I have to take care of an issue before it goes out of hand. Hold on for a second. All right, we took care of that. All right. So anyway, what's the next one? NGN. All right, NGN is in the building. All right, he got like 5 in a row. All right, we'll do 2 or 3 and then we'll skip you some. All right, but NGN, I guess this was from last night. NGN says, as an American who works and lives overseas, it's funny how most Americans are obsessed with morality and are offended when people are 100% unapologetically transactional towards them and feel entitled for people to like or care about them. What do you say? I was watching something recently that had this idea again of this morality conversation in which people want to act like, you know, they're moral. That you can't really prove it. They could just say, I'm more moral than you and people like me. And there's this need and necessity for this. And I think it definitely is an American obsession. But I was watching a movie. What was the movie? I can't remember, but it was basically people trying. I can't remember what it was. Well, maybe I'll think about it later. But yes, we do have an obsession related to this. This makes us not authentic. Okay, so here's the thing: when you're authentic, people will like you and they'll respond to you. For instance, I believe I'm authentic. All right, I'm a real nigga. I'm authentic. I fuck a bitch till she short-winded. All right, but here's the thing. I'm kind of an authentic character in this space, which means much of what I say is not popular. Much of what I say is pretty raw, but it's truthful. which means I can still have credibility. And not only that, my life kind of reflects what I'm talking about. So I don't live opposite. I'll say things that are raw and truthful, and then I live it out mostly. And so people look at me authentically. But let me just say this. There are some people who are inauthentic or not authentic. They'll say one thing and live another life. Okay? Or they'll live a life that basically is low, you know what I mean? It's low on the grade. So then you're untrustworthy. Although you might say some things that are truthful, you don't live the exact same life. So this is kind of a thing that we live in. We have people that are worried about being accepted, being liked, all right, being moral, but they're spineless, right? They're spineless. Nobody trusts them. When they say shit, people give you the side eye. Now, what you're saying might make us feel good in a moment, all right? You say something, you know, we should think about this and we should be fair about that. Okay, yeah, that sounds good in the moment, but then when we get back to reality, it doesn't apply. So then how do you look in a real life situation? Well, real life situation, your words don't match your actions. So people are mostly inauthentic. He says, I'm congruent. I practice what I preach. I say things, and you don't see me after years and years. You don't have false allegations coming out. You don't have bitches out here running around say, I got them pregnant and the baby disappeared. You don't have all of these crazy scenarios coming up outside of my life. All right. I pretty much tell you where I win and lose. And very few men will jump on here and tell you where they lose. They'll just come up in here and say, I'm a gorilla. I'm the man. I was a pimp in the 6th grade. They'll tell you all of these crazy stories that you can't find any evidence to prove. Nothing lines up. And they'll tell you how they're successful and they ain't never lost to a bitch and a bitch ain't never played them and they've been pimping bitches since that. Like, and then you're like, okay, show us proof. And then you can't see it. And then all of a sudden they just don't line up. The story starts falling apart. And then they wonder why their audience doesn't peak, max out, or grow. Right? Right? Then a woman comes out and shows you text messages of him cupcaking on her. And it just doesn't match up. You don't see evidence of what they've been saying. Oh, I got all these bitches. I got a rotation of bitches. All right. I've been banging and smashing broads. My body count 500. Okay. But then show me a picture of one. Well, I can't show you. You know, I can't show. Okay. So how much of this, your words never match your actions, can people take? They'll take it a little bit. I produce receipts. All right. But I have to put them over on a certain, paywall. But I show pictures. I'm good. Now I don't want to expose anyone, but I show you just enough just to show you. Oh, I'm doing what I'm telling you I'm doing. So, but that's what allows me to stay on this platform where people go, all right, how do we poke holes in this? We can't. All right, you're just waiting for the fall. You're waiting for one girl to come out and false allegate me and then say, oh, it's over for CGA. All right, so anyway, that's why people are used to people scamming them, or people are used to people being two-faced. I'm not that. I'm pretty direct. I hit hard too. Pause. All right. Anyway. All right. Shout out to the government name is a Gen Z. What traumatized me against getting married in LTRs is seeing older guys get cheated on while enlisted in the military overseas, and stressed married guys hate going home to their wives after work that they financially support out of duty, kids, religion, and reputation. All right. So he's like, I'm not going to be that guy. And they probably were fat. All right. They probably were fat. 100%. And our brother Derek New Year, that's what I'm going to call you. Welcome back, coach. Been so tired of listening to normie content on YouTube. I have been able to fully pay off 3 credit cards and working on paying off the last one since I joined the money mindset. We, the Gen Z, appreciate you. It's boss up season.
Boss up, nigga.
It's boss up season. Congratulations on paying off that debt, getting out of that debt. That is very, very, very important. No government name. What's a bigger oxymoron? A rainbow pastor or American B-dubs giving good customer service? Yeah, they're good at customer service. They good at talking on that phone, but is it, well, you hear about that 911 operator? Her name was Cronetia. I can't even remember, Crashonda, whatever her name was, Crenshawnda. And she was a 911 operator, but she was hanging up on white people, probably white people. All right, yeah. So that's not good. And did you hear about that church pastor that held his parishioners hostage until they all came up with $40,000? Damn.
I got money.
All right, did you hear about that? All right, I don't know his name, but I saw a clip of that, and I was like, I could play it on Straggle and Sniggle Theater, but it was going on too long. Sometimes the clips are too short. Sometimes it was too long. All right, but yeah, man, he was like, we ain't leaving until I get that $40,000. All right, all of y'all give me $20 a pop. Everybody online, watching online, give me $20 a pop. All right, and he had the people close the doors, lock them in. All right, crazy, huh? What a crazy time we live in. NGN says, as someone who's traveled to different countries, I've always found it interesting that gangs in non-Western countries hold an honor code like the Yakuza or the Italian mafioso to not cause trouble to non-gang affiliated people in the West. It's completely the opposite. That's true. That's true. You know, the Italian mob had that. I know that for sure, that they didn't mess with people that weren't made men. Like the part of the penalty was you could get your throat sliced, but you had to be made. You had to be in the group. Like this is, but not gangs in the United States. They'll shoot up everybody, innocent bystanders, children. They don't care. Animals, I tell you. And we got our brother Nathaniel says, hey, coach, it's surreal when we have no new shows from you. It was like an episode of The Twilight Zone. YouTube without the CGA channel was the real doom and gloom. Shout out to you and welcome back. Shout out to Nathaniel, man. Yes, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Okay, it's good to be back putting out content. All right. And thank you for welcoming me back and keeping the numbers up and keeping the likes up. Just give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. Mugga, 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 mullo. All right. Definitely hit the like button. And we're going to get into the first part of the show. It's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. And we have some interesting straggles here. No doom and gloom. We just had doom and gloom, but we got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. So let's do it.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle, yes. It's taking me a while to get back into the swing of things here. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we do have a woman that says, backs up what I talk about people that study psychology. Although this doesn't represent all people that study psychology. But psychology, what did I warn you about people in the psychology department? By the way, I worked at 5 different colleges and universities here in the United States of America, in these United States of America. All right, and yes, the psychology teachers were always cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I got plenty of degrees. I got more degrees than a thermometer. All right, I got master's degree. I got bachelor's degree, associate or arts degree. I got degrees up in this motherfucker. All right, so I've been around. I've been to colleges and all of these things. I've taken psychology and sports psychology. One thing, and I'm going to tell you, the psychology department, they cuckoo, man. All right, they cuckoo. And a lot of people that want to study psychology either don't know what to do with their lives, and they find, okay, I'll just study that, or they have problems that they have problems, either a family member that has a psychological issue, or they themselves have went through psychological trauma, and then they want to understand it. Okay, and so then their mission is that they're going to become a person of letters, all right, and honors, and then they're going to teach other people how to deal with their cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's never somebody that's sane like a motherfucker and be like, you know, let me study and help people with mental disorders. It's mostly people that's cuckoo, all right? All right, drugs, they be dropping mushrooms and acid, yep, you know what I mean? They, you know, white girls that sleep with their dog and wear corduroy jeans, you know, in colorful sweaters, you know, just weird niggas that look like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. It's really just every now and then there's some righteous people, you know, women that been through a divorce. Maybe they've been, you know, maybe they had some real trauma. Okay. But I've always warned you that people that go into that particular field, they ain't stable. Many of them ain't stable. And shout out to our stable men of letters here. All right. That are in the psychology department. Our men are honor and letters here and arts. Okay. Shout out to you. But this is going to confirm. Okay. This is going to confirm it right here. And I hate being honest all the time and truthful. Listen to this woman that says she has 2 psychology degrees, all right? And take a look at the strag. All right, so here we go.
I have 2 psychology degrees, so my level of communication is different than yours.
2 psychology degrees. So any person you deal with, you automatically like.
I'm reading you.
In the head.
Yeah, I'm reading you.
You think you good at that though?
For sure. I know what kind of childhood you have by things you do. Everything you do today, right now, stems from your childhood.
How? Like,
there's little things like you don't realize. Like there's a way you interacted when you were little. You were molded to think this way or to act this way or to react this way.
What made you get into that?
Because I was so fucked up and I needed to fix myself.
So did you feel like it worked? I
feel like it worked in a sense, but it made me worse too. Like I'm super manipulative now. And then
because you know how to.
I know, yeah.
See?
I'm super manipulative and also like I make excuses for people.
That sounds about right. Listen. I know I speak very genuinely and broadly, all right? And Tom Likas says, I'm broadcasting. I speak about broads, all right? So, yes, I'm broadcasting, so I can't speak specifically. But, yep, that about sums it up. The psychology department. All right, she was fucked up in the head. You can already tell she'd been straggling for a long time. This looks like a pure strag. All right, she got the eyelashes that don't match nothing, hair jet black. She gone. I'm surprised she don't have a neck tattoo, but I'm pretty sure she got a titty chest tattoo. All right, and yes, she gone. All right, but this is what I'm telling you, man. Look, this is this area. For some reason, everybody pushes these people up like they're like they're sane. I'm like, these people got trauma, bro. Therapists need therapy. All right, especially dealing with all the y'all bullshit. All right, they do. All right, they be on head meds. All right, it's kind of like a pharmacist. They be on the drugs too. All right, but yes, she's super manipulative. I think she was trying to say it wasn't coming out the right way. And she knows how to manipulate people. Why? Because she cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yes. All right, yahoo! All right, for sure. And she looked like she smoked pounds of weed. Like the amount of weed she smokes in a week will get you arrested for distribution and trafficking 100% in a week. In a week. All right. And I'm judging her because, well, I'm not judging her. I'm describing her. And this guy knows, he hearing the red flags waving like a red Chinese communist parade. But he's still going to hit. He's still going to press up on her and smash. Okay. Yep. We see it coming here.
Like, well, you act like this because it is, or this happened to you, and da-da-da. And like the reality, the fact of the matter is, like, it don't matter nothing. You feel me? Like, you an adult, you know what the fuck is right and wrong. You know, it doesn't matter what happened to you. You choosing to do wrong. I have 2 psychology degrees, so my level of communication is different than yours.
So she trying to put herself a bit elevated, and this is what psychology department does. Well, I have degrees in psychology. I'm better than you. Yeah, but your degree is in a freaking liberal art. All right, so that disqualifies you as to be also knowledgeable. You know about your area, but you ain't elevated above me at all. My degrees are in science. Mine says Bachelor of Science. All right, so I study something real. You studying mind games and coochie games. All right, but she said, listen, and don't be wrong. Don't be mad at me because she's admitted to being crazy. I ain't do it. She did it. With that being said, apparently she was found later doing this in the East Oakland. All right. Apparently, woman destroys her man's car and sets it on fire in East Oakland. All right, let's take a listen here. Oh, no. Oh, geez. This cannot be good. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what's coming up next here. All right. Yes, indeed. Okay, there it is. And uh-oh.
Look what you did to my car. Look what this kid did to my car.
There it is.
I can't stand this. Fuck this.
All right. The East Oakland. All right, there it is. East Oakland, California. Not a surprise here on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. The Yay area. Anybody that comes from the Bay Area is automatically suspect to me. I'm going to just let you know right now. All right, and I've been to the Bay Area. I used to live in San Jose, so I've been around that area. All right, you guys are some suspect people. All right, but that's neither here nor there. Here we go right here. A classic example of what a psychologist can do to your car.
Look what you did to my car. Look what this kid did to my car. I can't stand it.
Damn, it's bad.
I can't stand this. Fuck this.
Who watching me from Oakland right now? All right. Who watching me from Oakland? All right. Or Vallejo or anywhere near Berkeley. Berkeley. All right. Anywhere near Berkeley. All right. Anywhere in these areas. Sacramento, you too, niggas. All right. You too. Sacramento, you too. All right. You guys ain't too far off. You deserve your own life. Anybody in South San Francisco, you guys too. All right. So anyway. There it is right there. And was it a Cadillac? No, I thought it was a Cadillac. That would be very Oakland of them if it was a Cadillac. Richmond. Yep, Richmond. All right. All of y'all suspect to me. I mean, anytime I hear of y'all Yay area ninjas, I just be like, all right. Yeah. All right. Y'all watching from the Yay? All right. Hey, all I got to tell y'all is sprinkle me. All right. So shout out to you guys. And E40, what's up? Too Short, Todd Shaw, Ant Banks. And Yuck Mouth, too. And I got 5 on it. All right, so let's see what else is going on here. We got Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have a guy that says this is the reason why he dates younger women. All right, we love it, too. It says it's all in the eyes. Dating younger women, it's all in the eyes. I've actually told you about that, especially with older women. Older women can't hide the fact that their eyes tell the story. And, you know, an older woman's eyes, that 1,000 cock stare, you know what I mean? They got the 1,000 cock stare. And then their eyelids right here, especially white women right here. White women's eyes, but women in general, their eyes die on them. It deflates and it be like this, right? So this part of the eyelid in the ridge, it just start collapsing on them and like silly putty and shit like this. But it's kind of like this. And one way they fight it is that they'll raise their eyebrows up like this. All right. So they'll do the eyebrow. So older ladies be looking like surprised and shit. All right. This is a tactic. That people use to fight the aging thing. Aging is real. Now, I don't age as bad. You know what I mean? I'm blessed. I got that melanated skin, that chocolated skin. I just got to watch my sugar and water and alcohol and salt intake. You know what I mean? But what happens is this part right here just start to collapse, and then they put the eyebrows on, and then you can barely see their eyes. You can barely see their eyebrows because they got these big ass eyelashes, and then the eye just furrowing, and then their eyebrow it's just looking like yeah, and they Botox their forehead, and it's all shiny, and their veins be coming through the forehead, and they just be trying to fight. Don't fight the feeling. All right. Don't fight the feeling. All right, so what happens is it's all in the eyes, Chico. It's in the eyes. Even men have to deal with this. You know, you niggas be having ultra bags under your eyes. Like, whoop. Brothers, you need some cucumbers on them bitches. All right, but anyway, this guy says it's all in the eyes. All right, and let's hear what he has to say.
This is a 43-year-old face. Look at the eyes. Seen a lot. Here's a 23-year-old face. Look at all the hopes and dreams still left.
Oh, no. Okay, shout out to the youngin'. All right. He's got it right.
This is a 43-year-old face.
Yes.
Look at the eyes.
Look at the eyes, yes. Even the men. We seen the bullshit. And people be trying to still tell us bullshit, and we be like, look at my face. Well, you never know. You might find the love of your life. Bitch, I'm too old for this shit. And he 45 years old. He like, bruh, we seen life. I done been tortured already. I done had women torture my life, all right? I done had bitches set my car on fire. You know what I mean? Like, bruh, don't try to fool me. All right, don't try to fool me. But then look at this.
Seen a lot.
Yeah.
There's a 23-year-old face.
Yeah, hello, let's go. Bright-eyed and bushy tail. Look at that. All her hopes and dreams for me to crush. All right. All my hopes and dreams to crush. Look how big. I got me a 20-year-old JUCO. She a Latina. She got these big brown eyes. She looked like a teddy bear to me. I'd be like, look at these big old brown eyes. Pretty brown eyes. You know I see, girl. It's a disguise the way you treat me. Pretty brown eyes. Her eyes just so big. She just be like, I'm like, that's what 20-year-old eyes look like. That's what 25-year-old eyes look like. 23, by the way. And yes, he was just folding her up like a love letter from the 2nd grade. Punani just in the air. And here's the thing. Here's the thing, gentlemen. Men be like, I don't have to compete with 45-year-old men. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yep, eyes like Encanto, for real. Her eyes be like, and I'll be looking at her like, your eyes are crazy to me, man. They just big and brown. And she just hype, she just living life. She 20 years old. All right, and look at them eyes. Now show me a 40-year-old woman's eyes. Show me a 40-year-old woman's eyes. They're going to be completely collapsed. They ain't going to be big. There ain't going to be no hopes and dreams. There ain't going to be no bright future ahead. There ain't going to be no life to crush. Life has already crushed them. And it looks like Fix His Binds LLC is in business. Daddy. All right, Fix His Binds LLC is in business.
Okay, Daddy.
Pretty brown eyes, I see, girl. All right, and guess what? Young men, 23, 45-year-old man, get used to it, man. Fix His Binds LLC is here to stay. Your future wives are in here. All right, so here we go right there. Look at that. She just showing teeth out here.
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
Yes, indeed. Look at her right there. She happy as hell with that little ass chin. All right, but oh, no. Okay, it came out, though. Grr. All right, there you go right there. And he's showing teeth. Look at him.
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
Yes, he is, man. Hey, I told you you're competing with older dudes.
This is a 43-year-old face. Look at the eyes. Seen a lot. Here's a 23-year-old face.
Yummy. All right. Hello.
Where the white women at?
She looks like she swallows, too. She looks like she swallows. All right, right down the gullet. All right, shout out to her, a 23-year-old face. Hello. All right, anyway, she's just right. All right, what do we got next on Straggle and Sniggle Theater? We have a woman with the interesting dating strategy. All right, and here she is right here. You can see her on the screen. Look at that wig and sunglasses on the indoors. All right, shout out to the sister right there. And she is gobbling up bottles of mimosa as we speak, so you know it's getting interesting. So let's see what she has to say about the men that she likes to choose. Okay, here we go.
The wash nigga, I'm not gonna lie.
What?
I want a nigga that been ran through because he ready to sit down with me. What bitch really don't want a nigga that's not washed? Because if he's not washed, then he's gonna get washed while he's with you. I'd rather you just be washed and ran through already. Come on, sit down. I'm about to dry you off. I love the wash nigga, I'm not gonna lie.
What?
I want a nigga that been ran through because he ready to sit down with me.
Oh, the humanity.
Okay, all right, and she looked like a youngin'. She looked 23 years old. All right, shout out to her. She definitely looked young in the face. Okay. She wants a man that has been ran through. All right, I don't understand why we use a phrase that we've given to women. Women get run through. I run through women. All right, we don't get ran through. But I get what she's saying. She's saying he washed. All right, he's a pookie. He's a certified pookie. So she's like, hey, go ahead. He's going to be ready to settle down when he gets with me. I don't know about that, ma'am. All right. I don't know if your punani is going to be that good for him to settle down. But she's saying the opposite strategy is, why would I want a man that's not washed and not ran through, because he's going to get with me and want to run through all these hoes. Interesting. I see what she's saying here. This logic is definitely indicative of a young person. It's not all the way thoughtfully thought out, but I see what she's doing here. All right, certainly a certified straggle. All right, I get what she's saying. I mean, it's an interest. Listen, everybody has to have a dating strategy out here, and I don't disrespect the dating strategy altogether. Also, she been ran through. Okay, also, she been ran through. So there's that part. I'm pretty sure she been ran through.
The wash nigga, I'm not gonna lie.
What?
I want a nigga that been ran through because he ready to sit down with me. What bitch really don't want a nigga that's not washed? Because if he's not washed, then he's gonna get washed while he's with you. I'd rather you just be washed and ran through already.
Oh my goodness, boy, whose daughter is this? That is somebody's daughter. It's Get 'em Daddy season out here too.
Get him, daddy.
She looked like a good.
Okay, daddy.
She definitely looked like she'll be a good, baby for a couple of weeks, but she do look like she crazy too. But that is certified straggle. That is certified Straggle strategy. All right, I don't know about it, but I understand it. You know, maybe she'll learn and she'll mature later on. Maybe when her frontal lobe develops, maybe she'll rethink that through. But now we see, maybe after 2 baby daddies, she might think differently. But that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Jesus. All right, she definitely from East Oakland. All right, that's definitely a Northern California type chick. All right, for sure. I mean, I could hear Oakland and Vallejo and Richmond, Sacramento, the Minto. I could hear all of those regions and areas. San Jose, you too. I could hear San Jose Strag. All right, out of there too, man. Boy, what a shot. South San Francisco as well. All right, sounds just like it. Woo-wee. Oh, my goodness. This is an evil world out here. Anyway, do me a favor. Just give me the likes. All right, let's get up to about 800 likes. I don't want to have to beg and plead for your sympathy. But it don't mind because it mean that much to me. We bought our brother here, no government name. You are right, CGA, as a Gen Z. The attractive female characters like Asari Liara in the video game series Mass Effect, it says, made me excited about space travel as a teenager. I wonder, what is space punani like? Do you think that's one of the reasons men are excited about going to space? I don't know about that. I'm not a big science fiction guy, but my most favorite science fiction movie is Back to the Future. And they didn't go back and forth for punani. Punani ended up being on the table a couple times, but I don't know if punani in space is a thing. I think maybe they're hoping that there's Martians up there. And in the Star Trek, that one ninja was banging all the Martians. So I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if that's a thing of men going to space travel for punani. I don't know if that, it might be though, but I'm not a big science fiction guy. All right. Oh, I see the character. I just had to look it up. It's a character that looks very much like the Avatar. All right. So I don't know anything about these characters that you just talked about here. So anyway. All right. Anyway. Interesting there. Yeah, I'm not a sci-fi guy. Shout out to the sci-fi guys. I'm just not into it. Like, I can't get into it. Star Wars, is that considered sci-fi? I can't get through the movie, man. I can't get through it. All right, I always tell you, man, the Star Wars, I've always wanted to get into it because I'm an 80s baby. And I remember watching it as a kid, but I never remembered it, and I never watched it in the whole thing again in the 2000s where they came up with episode 1, 2, and 3, or 4, 5, and 6, whatever the order was. I never got into it again, and I completely missed it. And then I was like, one day I'm going to fucking watch Star Wars. And so I started from the first one. All right, I started from the first one, and I was like, one weekend, I was like, I'm going to dedicate myself getting through Star Wars. And there was a character on YouTube. Her name was the Star Wars Girl. All right, I think she's still around, a Latina chick. And during the time of my growth, when I had exposure on the YouTube, we could find each other, and she found me, and she said, hey, you have some interesting conversations related to subject matters that are important to her. And she was kind of like saying that the Star Wars was being affected and infested by feminism. So she was interested in my conversation. So she invited me over to her show. She was like, come to my show and we can have a conversation. Obviously, her show is going to be sitting around Star Wars. And so I was like, yeah, but I just want to let you know that I've never seen Star Wars. All right. And she click. That was the last I heard of her. Now, I said one weekend, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to watch. All right, Empire Strikes Back. I'm going to watch the whole fucking kit and caboodle. All right, I'm going to go all the way through, and I press right from the fucking beginning. Let's go. I'm going to watch it. Episode 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to watch them all. All right. About 6 minutes in, I was... Felt like I was watching the Red Pill live stream. All right. I'd rather watch a Red Pill live stream than to watch that shit. Man, I was gone. All right. She is gone. I was like, I tried, bruh. Look. I was knocked the fuck out, bruh. I was like, I ain't gonna make it, man. I tried, because I like they little action figures and shit. I was like, I wish I could get into it to know what the fuck I'm collecting. I ain't just gonna start buying it. All right, yep. I saw that little scroll and I started to read that shit. I was like, but by the way, I fall asleep almost through all movies, so it's not an indictment on Star Wars. It's not an indictment on them. I fall asleep after all movies. Right? My ex-wife used to be pissed. All right, because I call movies a $20 nap. I'm like, why would you sit me in a dark room with chairs that recline and popcorn and soda over here, and movies all drawn out, the story taking way too damn long, and I'm going to be like, I'm going to sleep. Sleep. Going to sleep. All right, so I have no history of what goes on in the movies. Maybe one of these days, maybe I'll make a YouTube channel and I just will do a movie reviews. But it takes me about 3 times to watch one movie. I have to watch it in 3 separate segments. All right, I'll watch it for the first hour and then I'm about to doze off. Okay, pause. I'll come back tomorrow. All right, I'll come back tomorrow. All right, but I call it a $20 nap. Or I got to go with a matinee. I can't go at night. I got to go like first thing at noon. All right, and be wired up on coffee. If I don't go at the noon show and do not go to the 9:30 or the 10 o'clock showing at night. 9:30 or 10 o'clock, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep for certain. All right. I'm going to be snoring in the movie theater. So it's nap time. So if I go to the 5 o'clock show, I might not sleep. But certainly if I go to the 7:30, 9, 10 o'clock, knocked the fuck out. All right. I'm going to sleep. I am not going to see the whole movie. Okay. You know what other movie put me to sleep? Like immediately. That Lord of the Rings. Nope. Lord of the Rings, I was gone. All right. I saw the first Lord of the Rings. I think it was Lord of the Rings. It was like, you got to watch it. And the movie start off and they in a wagon and there's some funny looking character and they talking all that old English. All of that goddamn, Rumpelstiltskin and all of this shit, and forth there, Ralph, and far in the journey, far from here. All right, I was 5 minutes, knock the fuck out, bro. I was like, hell no, I ain't about to fucking watch this shit. There ain't no way I'm watching this. So they can be out here on the forthcoming of the eve of the, no, hell no. All right, nah, bro. I didn't make it 5 minutes. They was in a wagon, and then I saw the back of my eyelids. All right, so anyway. Yeah, my precious darling, we have gemstones far forth, all right, through the forest of the grave, castle of Grayskull. Nope. Nope. Somebody got to give me the synopsis of something. Give me a highlight clip that I could go through and speed through it. All right, anyway, that's me in movies. I'm not a big movie guy. All right, so anyway, here we go right here. Now that you know something special about CGA, I'm not a movie guy. All right, shout out to No Government Name. Says, new saying for you, women have been through a lot of mats, men, addictions, trains, and trauma and drugs. Yes, that's the addictions. Yes, they have mats, men, addictions, trains, and traumas. I've been through a lot in my life. Yes, indeed. I made it through the Avengers. All right, I did make it through the Avengers because that was a lot of action. So it kept waking me up. All right, but shout out to Mr. Troll to you, says, Coach, you had me dying yesterday comparing Gen Z and Alpha to Linus and Pigpen. A lot of millennials acting like this too. Linus and Pigpen caught strays. That lazy shit is done. It's time to boss up. Mitches get nothing.
Better boss up, nigga.
Yeah, you Linus and Pigpen personality disorder ninjas. Well, I have personality disorder. That's your fault. All right. What do you want me to do with this information? You want me to stop the world and let you off? All right. That's what my teacher used to tell me. I had a teacher used to tell me that. He was an old Korean War veteran. And he hated kids, man. He hated teaching, but he was real cool behind the scenes when you get to know him. But he would come in and snap off on kids all day long. All right. You couldn't get a word edgewise in there. He used to be like, put your paw down. You used to raise your hand, put your paw down. But he used to say, what you want me to do? Stop the world and let you off? The fuck? Fuck you and your bullshit problems. I don't care. I have no empathy for people. I think people are worthless. All right, I do. I think people are a waste of space. Like, we don't need most of the people here. Like, I'm like the Thanos of this shit, for real. I'm like Thanos, right?
You could not live with
we can live. We can just eliminate 50% of people,
Where did
right?
that bring you?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that because I don't like you as a person. But most people are a waste of space. All right, you ain't gonna produce nothing. You just a goddamn consumer, a parasite. You a virus to the earth. A virus. Like, you here to do absolutely nothing but just steal oxygen. All right, like, what are you here for? Like, for real, do you know? They don't know. they have no clue. Like, you wake up every day with no purpose. Like, you don't know where the fuck you going. There's people that live 40 years, don't know where they going. I'm like, bruh, how? Like, I just never lived like that. I was always an overachiever all my life. Now, that doesn't mean I always was successful. I was always trying to do something. All right. But anyway, for real, like, you want me to stop the world and let you off? Like, that's what I hear when people say, well, you have to understand that I have this disorder that doesn't allow me to socialize with it. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, I don't care. Put the bags in my goddamn trunk. That's what I need you to do. Right? If you can't do it, gives me somebody that can do it. I don't have time for this shit. Like, to worry about what's going on in your personal day when we working. Who gives a rat's ass? Another saying that my homeboy, my teacher, used to say. Who gives a rat's ass about your bullshit? So here we go right here. Put the fries in the bag. Bag my damn groceries. Who cares? I saw a post. Yeah, we got time today. I saw a post. And I've made similar posts about therapy. I've been attacking that whole institution for a long time because I just find that it's just a lot of excuse making over there. But what happens is, a guy made a post too saying the same thing. He was like, this is getting out of hand. People are using this as a personality. They're weaponizing empathy and all of these things, right? And I'm like, yeah, I agree. And there was a person that said, be careful with this post, because one person who might be thinking of taking his life might take his life based on this post. And I'm like, one, but we helped 10,000 people with this post. That ratio ain't bad, bro. I mean, if this person was thinking about it and then saw the post and then he was like, check out time, like, now, if you said something like, I was thinking of doing it, or my son did it in response to what you said, that's completely different. But to just be like, there's a person out here, I was like, they probably had other problems. I don't think this post was the thing to do it. I don't think this pushed it over the top. They had some other shit going on. All right. But again, we don't want to nobody wants to take accountability. Oh, you know what sent them off? This Instagram post. No. Nah, that didn't do it, bro. Don't blame me for that bullshit. Don't blame me, man. Toughen up. Stick your goddamn, man. Toughen up. Tighten up out here. Where we at? Jay McGee says, what's up, coach? I was looking at this segregation order that Donald Trump passed kind of got me pissed off. I'm not trying to be stuck with these Mitch ass ninjas. Better boss up. I don't even know what are we talking about there. I got to check it out.
Boss up, nigga.
A segregation order. I don't know what's going on there. You'll have to inform me about the segregation order. But ladies, I know the ladies like empathy, and I understand that that's how they socialize. They need people to empathize for them and their issues. I'm not big on empathy, and a lot of people have tried to bully me and force me to be big into empathy. And I think it has been weaponized. I think it's not necessary at the lengths that we promote it. It promotes weakness. Now, if I'm able to empathize for a person, you know, I'll choose who I empathize for or what cause I empathize for. But to just say we kind of have to worry about everybody else's bullshit, no, I don't think so. I have no interest in that. And I don't think it's necessary. All right, so most people don't empathize for the right people. They empathize for the losers. Like, you don't empathize for the winners. That's what I find out. Like, okay, say I was a winner and I went through a tough time. Nobody empathizes for me. Is that a word? It's always a loser going nowhere. Like, okay, you're going to put effort into this person to be what? Slightly below average? They was going to be hella below average, but now they're slightly below average. Right? Like, what the fuck? All right, did you make them a winner? No.
Nope.
You didn't make them a winner. They still a loser. All right, so anyway, we got a person that's less of a loser today. I guess that's progress. All right, so anyway, here we go right here. But I don't believe in that. If you can't cut the mustard, just get the fuck out of the way. All right, let's just get out of people's way. Well, I'll try. You can teach me. Same thing as people be like, you gatekeeping the information. Okay, I'm not going to gatekeep the information, but I'm going to provide it behind a paywall. Oh, I shouldn't have to pay for it. Okay, you know what? I'm gatekeeping the information. Kevin W., my business is starting to turn around, although it's not at the point that I would like it to be. I'm starting to have more confident view of my business. He says, I'll definitely have to find time to schedule a coaching call. Congratulations. I know you had an issue related to that, but it takes time. All right. It takes time. And the Big Dipper says these Mitches love to open their mouth, but hate to open their wallets. Much love, coach. Keep winning, brothers. Boss Up 2025. That's a sponsorship. Yes, indeed. Boss Up.
Boss up, nigga.
Big Dipper in here with the big 100 sponsoring for the people who cannot. And might I add, in our relationship issues, we have a whole bunch of people talking and not a whole bunch of people walking. Okay, the thing, especially the black community, you know how many podcasters there are or people running their mouth about how to make relationships work? I'm a veteran in the game, so don't at me. All right, I didn't start podcasts when they were popular. I started that shit when you was a loser starting the shit. Okay, but now everybody got something to say, and the data shows us this shit ain't working. Okay, everybody got all nice things to say and how it should work and how it should do it and what you should do to make it work and all this shit. And guess what? Shit's still in the goddamn toilet right now. Relationships are in the toilet. Okay? Just people running their mouths. That's all. Just people running their mouth. And ain't nobody putting no goddamn feet to the pavement. Not people walking the walk. Marriage rates plummeting. Divorce skyrocketing still. Childbirth rates in the tanker. So, I don't care what y'all talk about and what you come up with and what you virtue signal over here. Well, coach, if you did this, and then blaming me for the immorality and breakdown of society. No, don't blame me. I'm a participant. I didn't start the fire. We didn't start the fire. In fact, I backed out of the whole marketplace for a good while so I can come out here swinging, taking hacks away at 22-year-old women. All right, yo, I ain't start this shit. Do not blame me. I'm going to tell y'all one more time. Do not blame me for this current dating marketplace. It is not my fault. I'm just reading the room and I'm predicting the future. I'm telling you where this shit is going. You guys got a lot of talk, but you ain't got a lot of walk. Y'all got a lot of answers, but y'all ain't got the motherfucking test questions, all right? Y'all ain't doing it. You're not going to do, and you're not going to, because the number one reason why dating and relationships are not going to be fixed is the economy. The economy is in the shitter. And the way you would fix this is you would pair up in communities and 2-parent households, and you would have one parent watch the child, and you would have the other parent work. Now, this is almost impossible for us to do today. All right, but that would be the answer. That's the answer. You need 2-parent household. Y'all can't even do this. All right, this cannot even be done. Y'all literally would take a 2-parent household, divide it, and then get with another person and have the new person who is not related to anybody in that fucking household. Y'all will hold that person as the fucking superhero, and he can do the bare minimum and he'll get a fucking reward. Meanwhile, the person who is a biological parent, who might be part of the divided household, he trying his best, treading water, but he the deadbeat. Okay? And the superhero in the whole story is the woman who basically caused the divide. All right, because she was in her feelings, because he was slanging dick or hurt her feelings or wasn't getting her way. So she leaves and she's the princess warrior of the fucking story. And now y'all supposed to make relationships work from that point. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Y'all supposed to make relationships work from this starting point. Divided household, kids living out of backpacks, and then new man comes in, not related to anyone. He helped save the whole fucking story. And the princess warrior, the one we're supposed to hold in the highest esteem, is the fucking woman who divided the goddamn household. Yo, good luck. And love is supposed to conquer all this. Love is supposed to be the answer. No, it ain't, bruh. I'll just sit back here. I'll just sit back here and watch you do this goofy shit and tell us, well, it should be easy and we should just do it. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, bruh. I'll sit back and fucking laugh. And then you mad at me for dating young girls. Okay, all right, yeah. All right, and then guess what? Guess what? The women are supposed to get their fucking degree and they supposed to go out here and smoke pounds of weed and get their fucking pussy pounded out all the way into 32. And then men supposed to just run to them and approach them at the bar all washed out in debt. All right, and the men are supposed to come in with a bag of money to rescue this bitch from her goddamn debt reclamation program. Okay, all right. I'll sit back here and watch. They supposed to just fall in love and be just lovey-dovey and make it work out. He's supposed to just dig her out of debt and desperation. With what? His $45,000 a year? With his $45,000 a year? Okay, well, why come men can't get their shit together earlier? Because they're fucking men. They don't get their shit together till they're 40. So he's going to be sitting on $45K today, and he's going to be sitting on $45K in 5 years. So I'll sit back and watch you clowns make this work and then have you blame me for the degradation of our society because I'm out here taking young girls and fixing their minds and getting their fingernails painted and toenails painted for the weekend. All right. Good luck. I've been telling you for years, this shit ain't gonna work. Nobody going for this shit. All right. I hate to start preaching early in the morning. This is not going to be the thing to fix it. We could, the economy would have to have it support one parent working full time, the second parent part time, but the second parent also raising the children. In the entire equation of your solutions to relationships, you know who's left out? The children. You leave out the children in the entire equation. You fuck up your romantic life for 15 years, and then you're supposed to find romance again. Meanwhile, your children are floundering out here. They're left unprotected, and they're vulnerable. You're not even paying attention to them, and they become the next generation of daters. Watching your dating life be a goddamn implosion for 15 and 20 years. And they're supposed to have success out here? Great. All right, good luck. And they don't even have jobs. They're no frontal lobe developing ass, but they handing out pussy like crazy. Good luck. Good luck. All right, you cannot have men and women working their fingers to the bone and having love and romance at the same time. No way. It'll never work. If you fix that, then I have a problem. My job security is on the line, but I know we can't fix it. We're in too deep. By the way, I wrote a book about it called The Evolution. I said we can't go back. We've opened Pandora's box. Right? The vast majority of you guys are cooked. Right? You're cooked. There's no way you can fix this. All right? In my mind and in my logic and theory, there's no way we can fix this. We can fix it to have a supportive system. There is one way to do it. Okay? Let me tell you. There is one way. And it would take 25 years. All right, I would propose this theory. I'm going to go on to the next part of the show because we're going to talk about Andrew Tate. But it would take us 25 years to fix it. But we would have to take L's for 25 years. All right, I don't know. We're not going to do it. People don't want to do this. People want their own selfish solution. They don't care about the greater good of people. They want their own love. They want their own. But we would have to buckle down for 25 years, one generation, to fix the direction of dating and relationships, to overcome what the system is pretty rigid of what we are required economically to do. We have equality, we have as long as feminism exists, there's no possible way. Okay, so just to let you know, which we know women aren't rolling their rights back, so that kind of messes that up. But feminism is the crucial crux in this thing, right? It's the economy, but as long as women have their own ability to make $45,000, $50,000 a year, all right, and then still steal from the government at will and still be able to procreate and then break up families, you can't have, there's no solution. It can't fix it. But you would have to get rid of that. Give me 25 years to fix it. Get the next generation of kids, which is alpha and beta. You forget the millennials. They're cooked. All right, the millennials are cooked. All right, they're over. Most of them are cooked. All right, the Gen Xers are cooked. So are the boomers. Who gives a fuck about them? All right, Gen Z is cooked already. So Gen Z is done. All right, what we've done, the damage is done to Gen Z. All right, there's no helping them. All right, they already hoeing out here. We're gonna show you this. They're already selling pussy like crazy. So, and the men are already cooked. So there's no helping them. You would have to go Gen Alpha and then Gen Beta. So that's the 25 years. You would have to give Gen Beta the leapfrog. They would have to leapfrog over the damage of Gen Z and Gen Alpha. And if you can fix Gen Beta, which they're being born in this decade, in this year, our year of our Lord, 2025, they're being born now. You would have to give them that 25-year leap so that when they enter the world and they're 20, 21, 22, 25, that they're ahead of the game. They don't have to deal with what Gen Alpha and Z and millennials have to deal with. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with the solution. Like, your guys are cooked. The men that are 15 plus, it's over. Okay. It's over. Hoes, you women that are 35 plus, good fucking luck. All right, you're just gonna be out here floundering and dying, trying to get love and romance. It's over. All right, career woman, Wonder Woman, y'all cooked. So you guys gotta let me tell you how to fix this. I'm coming with the solution, but it's not an immediate solution. You would have to really reverse back the damage. Can't keep the damage going and then try to get just fit love in and romance and relationships in the middle of it. It's not going to work. All right, but anyway, and when I say it's not going to work, it doesn't mean for the individual. People individually will continue to pair off into a series of romances and STIs and fake pregnancies and abortions and pregnancies and loveless marriages. You still will continue to bullshit. We're talking about as a group, as a whole, as a society, as a culture, as a community. How would it work for everyone to have a fair shake? Well, I would need 25 years. All right, but you don't want to give it to me. All right, we got Crime and Law CGA. We got some criminals coming up here. All right, let's do it. All right, criminals coming up. We have the first criminal here. There's a crime scene, apparently. Is this in Dubai? All right, we got a couple of countries here associated with this story here, and a couple of usual suspects here. We have a 20-year-old model. All right, let's put her up on the screen. She's from Ukraine. A mystery as missing Ukrainian model, age 20. Right, that's a hard 20. She's close to death by the side of the road in Dubai with her spine, arms, and legs broken after a hotel party.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, there she is right there. Typical look. I mean, that's the face of all girls at this particular point that does this type of modeling, or we call it selling pussy. All right, that's what it's called. You call it modeling, I call it selling punani on the internet. But that's neither here nor there. Ukrainian, yes, Natashka Vavavumsky. And the monarch butterfly on her chest is very revealing. So the story goes right here. According to reports, a Ukrainian model missing for 10 days after a Dubai hotel sex party and a dookie party. She was found near death on a roadside with severe injuries, including a broken spine. Her name is Maria Kovalchuk. I think I got it right. Age 20. She was unable to speak and underwent 4 life-saving surgeries. We wish her a speedy recovery. And I do have another article related to this. She's an OnlyFans model. All right. She's an OF model, age 20. She cannot speak after being found on the side of the road with broken spine and limbs. Police say the model was injured after falling at a construction site in Dubai, but her family has reportedly disputed this. I'm pretty sure. All right, I'm pretty sure. It says right here, she was invited to a hotel party, having a party on March 9th. Her loved ones became worried. 2 days later, the model did not make her scheduled flight from Dubai to Thailand. And Maria, who was originally from Ukraine, was found March 19th. 10 days later, she was discovered broken spine, multiple broken limbs. Sheesh. Sheesh.
Gotcha, bitch.
Going on, it says she subsequently was rushed to the hospital where she required 4 surgeries. The Ukrainian citizen previously reported missing is currently hospitalized. And it says right here, the mother, it says she tells the Daily Mail that her daughter is expected to recover. Her mother, Anna, flew from Norway to the United Arab Emirates city, said the model was getting medical treatment and everything will be all right. As for how she sustained the serious nature of her injuries, the Dubai police said Maria entered a restricted construction site alone and fell from a height. Interesting. How did she get up there? Okay. And there she is right there. Boy, oh boy, I tell you, money and something else.
I like to get dominated.
All right. She entered into a restricted, I think somebody dropped her on her head, but that's me. All right. I think somebody took her up to a heighted position in a restricted constructed area and dropped her. I mean, because how tall was the area? I don't know. Listen, I can't say because I don't want to be kicked out of Dubai. Maria reported that told her mom that she was staying with 2 men. Two men. There it is right there. She was staying with 2 men. And several media reports introduced themselves as representatives of the modeling business. All right. Anna did not hear from her daughter after the hotel event. There's an assumption that she went to a party, but the promoter who organized these parties, they didn't see her at all, according to the report. And it says right here, she also said that her daughter had no documents, no phone, nothing, and following her operation cannot speak. All right. Goodness gracious. All right, boy, right from a height, man. I tell you, that terrible, man. Broken legs, broken spine. Boy, they really took her up there, man. All right, something happened. I don't know what happened. Somebody could tell me. I don't know. All right, was there dookie on her DNA? I don't know what's going on there. Be careful out here, ladies. Be careful. All right, we got Andrew Tate back in the news. Shout out to Andrew Tate. I hear he's back in Transylvania, and he's awaiting trial for his, the trial that's been going on forever. All right, I don't know what's going on in the trial here, and you guys know I'm not an associate of Andrew Tate at all, and I haven't had time to really watch him as a content creator. I've seen as much clips. I don't sit there and be watching his streams all the time. And I actually see what you guys see. I see what the normies see. Clips of him saying X, Y, and Z. He's not somebody I would sit and learn from. But, you know, a lot of you guys watch him and are associated with him. He always got some allegations coming his way. All right, always got some allegations. And typically, you know, with the stuff, the lifestyle that he pushes, definitely has this idea that this shit is going to come back. But apparently we have a breaking news moment here a couple of days ago and recently. He has denied this accusation here. We have a woman that says, while Andrew Tate was in California, his alleged girlfriend, Bree Stern, she claims that Andrew Tate attacked her during sex, all right? And she files a police report. So this is problematic for him, as he was just here in California, and now he's back in Transylvania. One of Andrew Tate's girlfriends said that he nearly choked her unconscious during a violent sexual encounter 2 weeks ago, prompting her to report the alleged incident to the police. Her name is Bree Stern. She filed a sexual assault report, and she claims Andrew Tate attacked her on March 11th while they were staying at the Beverly Hills Hotel, according to sources with direct knowledge. Now, here is the video. Here are the photos of the alleged woman. She definitely has the same face as all of these other broads, all right? They all got the same face. And that's what it looks like without makeup, but she's showing us something here. I definitely see possibly some swelling around here, but I can't tell. You know, I do see a little slight bruising around the, I really can't tell, just to be honest with you. There's so much duck lips going on here. I'm looking at possible bruising on one side here. I don't see much here, just to let y'all know. I mean, I don't see clear evidence, but I'm not defending Andrew Tate at all. I just can't see nothing. Anybody? And it's the year of our Lord 2025. Like, didn't you know it's Andrew Tate? It's like, what woman is out here with Andrew Tate? Like, he ain't gonna do it to me, though. I mean, don't you find that odd? All right, let's see here. Don't you find that odd? Like, she just chilling with Andrew Tate, like, but he's mine. He's mine. You may have had him once, but I got him all the time. And I'm being honest, I don't see nothing on these pictures. All right, I don't see anything that is jumping out. I do see some slight discoloration around the cheek area, but I mean, it doesn't look like it's completely obvious. Doesn't look like I don't see a black eye, and I don't definitely see no fingerprints around the neck. I see some swelling, but that could be from anything. And I do believe he choked her. All right, so I do believe. Oh, by the way, he admits this. Oh, by the way, let me just tell y'all for here. He admits putting paws on her. So there's that. But it says right here, she told the police that Tate began choking her while they were having sex. I understand that, baby.
I like to get dominated.
Yeah, I get that right here.
Don't joke about beating me up and pinning me down and doing that stuff. I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay, yeah, okay. So definitely women like to get that neck choked. We have to talk about that. Ladies, let these guys know. You have to let these guys know that ladies like to get choked, all right? But it is a thing. And there's something erotic about it and something more masculine and dominant. Now, apparently, according to her, Tate didn't relinquish the chokehold. I guess they didn't have a safe word. They have to have a safe word, you know, tap the shoulder, you know, tap the hand, you know what I mean? You gotta have some trust when you get that neck. You gotta have some trust when you get that neck. But they like to get that neck, you know what I mean? They like to get that neck. And apparently he went too far.
Don't joke about beating me up and pinning me down and doing that stuff. I like that. I like that.
All right, yeah, dude, especially these modern women, man. These Gen Zs, they all like to get choked out. All right, and not out like they're unconscious, but they like a little bit of that neck. And I like, you know, the white girl's got the long neck. It's like a giraffe neck. All right, I like to get that neck. All right, but anyway, not to make light of the situation here, she told police that Tate began choking her while they were having sex, and she let him. But she says it got too rough, and although she begged him to stop, he kept going. Tate is an animal here, according to this report. Bree says the more she struggled, the more violent he got. And she felt everything getting fuzzy, like she was fading into unconsciousness. All right, wow. All right, I guess he's one of these guys that doesn't hear a safe word. Bree says the violence only stopped when Tate was done having sex. All right, well, so he had to get that nut. Basically, he was choking her until he got that nut. Maybe he's one of these type of guys. Once he fell asleep, she went to the bathroom to document her injuries. So this is what we're seeing here. So he nutted, fell asleep, and then she ran to the bathroom to take these pictures. This is according to her story in the affidavit. They've obtained the pictures of bruising on her face. Bree says she went to the emergency room in New York City, where she'd flown for work a couple of days later, and documents showed that she was diagnosed as post-concussive. All right, so you're seeing the paperwork here. All right, you're seeing the paperwork here. All right, so the event, by the way, she got assessed in New York, but the incident happened in California. All right, so she waited a day or so later. Let me say, how many days later? A couple of days later. It says a couple of days later. All right, after the incident. So the incident happened here March 11th, but she's not getting seen by the authorities until March 15th. All right, man, this is interesting, man. This is an add to credibility, but here it is right here. Unfortunately, though, there's text messages or alleged text messages here. I don't know what's going on here. All right, so let's take a look at it. By the way, this is why I don't know why you're texting women. Why you're texting women, gentlemen. Even if you're a criminal or not a criminal, why are you texting women this shit? Andrew Tate. This is why I'm not on follow to Andrew Tate. Like, this guy makes so many mistakes. It's ridiculous. All right, this is why I've never, ever, ever vouched for Andrew Tate. Because this dude is a walking mistake. All right, this nigga makes mistake after mistake after mistake. And for some reason, he laughs and spits in the wind. And he out here walking the streets. All right, I don't know what happens. This nigga need to be locked up and for various shit. All right, but sometimes he even makes his own fucking bed. And then he barely won't lie in the shit. All right, so this is alleged text messages, by the way. And he does talk about some of this stuff here, apparently going this pimping hoes degrees. All right. It says right here, because I wanted to beat the F out of you, according to these alleged texts. You will give me a child this year, beesh. Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch.
You're going to give me a child this year, according to his text messages. He's in the black. She's in the blue. Why do you want to beat me? It's 12:30 a.m. I am lying I'm in my room, sleep soon. According to him, what's the point in having you? If I don't beat you and impregnate you, you should be thankful. I do believe these are texts. This is shit that he would say. All right, just to let y'all know, because he's teaching a lot of 13-year-old boys to say this. All right, but according to him, you need to be hit. And it says, why? I don't like it. What did I do? Reading with CGA, what did I do? And according to him, you deserve it. There are been supporters of him that have talked similarly about how they do this to women, okay? By the way, we do have video of him saying that he does this. So I don't want to hear you people defend this shit, all right? Well, these are alleged texts. He does say shit like this on video. He said this with that other dude, and he said similar shit like this on the internet. This is why I've never really vouched for the guy, all right? And I'll be like, I don't think he's red pill per se. He's adjacent. And he's figured out how to take some, talk some feminist shit and get everybody riled up. But I've never vouched for the dude. He be out here doing some wild shit. All right, for real. And according to these alleged texts, I really love hitting you. It's very good for me and you. It's relaxing, don't you think? ? And Pookie, no, I cry. She called him Pookie? And according to this, if you ever betray me, you will regret it. And then she puts, okay, crazy. And he says, allegedly, no. I am serious. Okay, so these are alleged text messages sent from Tate that she has screenshotted, as I've been warning you guys. Either, I don't care how you deal with women, if you out here doing the Andrew Tate treatment or you're just out here innocently doing your thing, they're always going to screenshot shit. So I don't know why, especially at his level, that he's texting this stuff. It's unnecessary communication, right? But I think this is part of his training and his programming. All right, I'm going to impregnate you and I'm going to keep you barefoot and shit like this. All right, and what is she doing? Like, what is she doing still dating the guy? And it says right here, let's go back down. I guess there's a photo with him and Kanye West when he was out here. I guess Kanye has since deleted the photo. All right, he doesn't want to associate with Andrew Tate. I mean, this is crazy. We got some crazy associations going on in this space. I definitely have to distance myself quite a bit with what's going on here. This is insane right here. Kanye with Andrew Tate. And let's see here. One source says Bree and Andrew met last June. All right, we got pictures, y'all. So there's the, what part of the game is this? Okay. 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 What is this part of the pimp and hoes degree? I tell you, these pimps are interesting, man. I've never really big up pimps. I've been the content creator to tell y'all I'm not a big fan of pimps. All right, I think they're funny. I think a lot of things that they say are kind of, brash, and the way they describe relationships and women who are at the lower end and broken, I think it's funny as hell. All right, I think it's funny, but I've had a relative that had been a pimp, and I've seen pimping for a long time. I've seen people big up pimping, but I always tell you, pimps and cucks are really close relationships. They're really close relatives. There's almost no lower form of man you could be than a pimp. All right, there's nothing like you're a pimp and then you're a homeless. Like, for real. Like, I've never bigged up pimps, and this is another reason I have kind of distanced myself from him, because I'm like, nah, I ain't going for that pimping shit. All right, I'm just not a guy that elevates pimps. Okay, but at the same time, pimps be doing some simping shit. Pimps be doing simping shit, and they will act like they ain't doing no simp shit out here, and they overdo it. You know what I mean? They really want to be in love, but then they go aggressively choke the bitch out. Okay, so there you go. You got that. So they're kind of lost in their morality. They kind of go lost at what direction they want to deal with women, and then they end up putting the pimp elevates himself above all the rest of the men. And you're like, what? All right. Like, how are you the best form of man? But of course, there's the girl right here, and she has the same face as every other girl on the internet. And there he is kissing her. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm a trick. Of course, pimps and tricks don't get along. But of course, how many tricks have the microphone? I'm a trick. I have the microphone. So I can tell you what a pimp does. Pimps are the lowest form. You think the trick is because you've been hearing pimp propaganda. But as a trick, I can tell you the pimp is the lowest form, right? The pimp's got to do way more tricking than the trick. All right, because tricks always had to hide behind the scene in disgrace of their behavior. Not me. I'm right here wide open, right in front of all of y'all. The pimp is the lowest form. He has to babysit the hoe. He has to have sex with the hoe after I nut in her mouth. Okay, come on, bruh. He has to babysit her and paint her toenails and put her on the track. And he has to live off of her wet coochie. Gentlemen, the pimp is the lowest form. The pimp is not elevated over the trick. The pimp has to kiss the hoe after I nut in her mouth for money. Bruh, there's no way the pimp is above the trick. The pimp is the real simp in the subject matter. That's his girlfriend. That's his girlfriend, sir. Me, that's not my girlfriend. I get to degrade her and do things for her that he can't do. He has to follow me up, bruh. I'm telling you, you've heard it all wrong. The pimp is lower than the trick, but the pimp got the loudest mouth. He get to come out here and say, I do this and I live off the broad. I'm the bigger guy. No, you're not. You're the lower guy. You're the lowest guy on the totem pole. You need the woman's funky cock hold out here. Funky cock hold. You need her to survive. I don't. You guys got it. The pimp is the sucker in the thing, but you guys got it all wrong. You've been hearing from the, okay, take a look at this picture. Take a look at this picture. The pimps had the mic all the way for the last 50 years, so they got y'all to think that the trick was the lowest. The hoe in the pimp is lower. Do you have the stomach? Do you have the stomach to watch your girl get dick and money from a guy that degrades her and sends her back to you? I'm telling you the facts, bro. I've been on all sides of this. I seen the hoes, I seen the tricks, I seen the pimps. The pimp is the low goddamn man on the totem pole. Then it's the hoe, then it's the trick. Right? And look at Andrew Tate kissing her lips. You know I've been with this woman more than likely. I probably have done something to this woman. And he kissing her on the lips. Come on, brothers. I'm trying to educate y'all to get, you got to break out of the matrix. What you think is right is commonly not wrong. I mean, it's commonly wrong. Come on, bro. He kissing her on the lips. Let me see here. Where we at? Here we go right here.
Pimp ain't made, man.
Yeah, pimps are born.
Pimps are born. Do you have the stomach to watch a girl that you really love? Do you have the stomach to watch some motherfucker that got more money than you, that's more handsome than you, that's built more better than you, fuck your bitch for a fee?
Some of us,
anybody could fuck my bitch if the price is right. She happy to go get it. Baby, I'll be right back. Pimp ain't made, man.
So, bruh, never ever tell me that a pimp is elevated higher than a trick. Never. I'm going to play it again for y'all. And I'm going to put this motherfucking picture of Andrew Pimp Ass Tate right here. And I'm going to play it to you differently. I'm going to play it for you again. Don't ever come with your pimp propaganda to my channel. Telling me a pimp is elevated over a trick. The pimp is the lowest life form out here of man, of humanity. He the lowest of the low. He on the bottom of the totem pole. The woman is elevated over him. The only way he elevates over the woman is to beat her. By the way, this is proven out in what Andrew Tate says. The only way he elevates himself over her is to beat her. He the lowest on the totem pole. I'm going to play it again, and I'm going to show you a picture of Andrew Tate kissing the hoe. All right, but that's neither here nor there. Let's play the clip.
Yeah, pimps are born.
Pimps are born. Do you have the stomach to watch a girl that you really love? Do you have the stomach to watch some motherfucker that got more money than you, that's more handsome than you, that's built more better than you, fuck your bitch for a fee?
Some of us,
anybody could fuck my bitch if the price is right.
It's a cold world, you fake perpetrating pimps. You fake perpetrating pimps. Y'all gonna learn. And you're gonna learn from me because I've been around here. I done seen the pimping world. I done seen it in 104K, man. I've seen it. Don't ever bring that pimp propaganda over here. It's pure propaganda. Them dudes are painfully hurt people deep down inside to their core because they watch their girlfriends do things for men that man thinks he's lower than, or that man's lower than me. But in reality, that man is better than him. He's admitting it. He's better than me. And I have to do it. And she'll do it. She'll run to the money.
She happy to go get it.
She happy to go get it. She's happy to go get it. Listen.
Baby, I'll be right back.
Baby, I'll be right back to get my mouth filled up, and you can kiss me later. I rest my case. I rest my case. I will never elevate a pimp high. The pimp is basically there's dead men and there's pimps. All right. And everybody else is above him. There's dead men and there's pimps. And every form of life is above him. Okay. I will never elevate a pimp higher than that. All right. There's dead men and there's pimps. All right. So, all right. Goodness gracious. Back to his legal problems here, just so you guys want to know here. Apparently, they're back in Transylvania. All right. Holy mackerel. Look at the security team here. This is the elite force. All right. They're facing sexual assault lawsuits in the United States now, in the UK, and now Transylvania. Sheesh. All right. He's got some issues here, man. He's got some issues. You guys got to stop texting these girls, though. I mean, you guys got to stop texting these girls. It's a bad look. Okay. So as men, if you're engaging in any serious type behavior like this in 2025, I would just suggest keep the communication at a minimum. All right. Don't admit that you're doing anything like this. Some of these texts do seem out of sequence. And you can see that she's certainly manipulating him by saying, hey, I'm not, I'm just an innocent girl. I cry. All right. Broken English shit. Why do you hit me? Why do you do this? And then you're trying to text her to understand, bitch, I'm going to impregnate you. I'm going to beat you and put babies in you. I think it's a weird kink. All right. There is a weird kink that he has that I've identified. And the weird kink is definitely a domination thing. And there's a lot of sexual talk related to him dominating her and impregnating her, which I think he only has one child. If I'm not mistaken, he has one baby mother and one child. And the other part of it is he has kind of this fetish, and women have this fetish too. They have a fetish of being impregnated. This is somewhat natural, by the way. Same thing as dominating sex is natural. Submissive sex for the woman. He's a dominant. He has a weird kink that he's going to impregnate them and he's going to make them mine. I'm going to possess you. That's some sort of a weird kink that he has that seems to cause him problems. This ends up the thing that causes him problems because once the woman shows this and demonstrates this, he looks crazy. All right. He looks crazy. But I think this could be also summated as some sort of sexual talk, that she's engaged in. This is not the first time that he put pause on her. It might have been the first time he's done this outside of Transylvania. Okay. He has a bunch of kids. All right. I don't know. But I think this is something that he does normally. But he's done this in Transylvania, which she had no way to, get any defense. But once she was in California and he did it in California, obviously then she pulled the trigger. So we can't tell where these text messages stem from, where they came from. We can see that there's a timestamp here, 4 minutes, 5 minutes when she screenshotted it. But we don't know what date that the text messages were. I can't see it. But there it is right here. There's the kink right there. You will give me a child this year, bish. Whereas his right here. If I don't beat you and impregnate you. That sounds like some kink to me. All right. He's speaking about some kinks. All right. It's always when you disagree, I don't know what I'm talking about. What identify? See, Twin B, I'm speaking on something he has no idea about. Tell me what it is. You see how these guys are? Tell me what I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll wait. They never do. This is what is it? Address it, sir. Be a man. I'm speaking directly on something I know. I'm just presenting the evidence. What is it? He's been here long enough. Tell me what is it? As opposed to telling me what I don't know, go ahead and tell me go ahead and tell us what it is. You have the floor. Go ahead. They never do it. They never will tell you what you need to know. This is what you need to know. They'll never do it. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, okay. I'm speaking on this family situation. Sir, I said, I think he has one kid. I don't know what the fuck he has. I don't watch Andrew Tate. I don't know. I don't watch Andrew Tate. I said, I think he has one kid. That's all I said. Boy, these men are sensitive. Are you an Andrew Tate supporter? Are you a pimping hoe degree? All right. It tells me who you are. All right. If you support Andrew Tate at this point, you have to be suspect. All right. You're a suspect nigga. All right. Andrew Tate supporter. These are the Tater Tots. Is this what they're called? All right. Fake pimps are here hurt right now. These fake pimps. All right. All the Andrew Tate supporters are in here. All right. Shout out to Andrew Tate. I have nothing against him. I've never vouched for this guy. Not one time. He agrees now. Okay. I've never claimed to know what the fuck Andrew Tate is doing. I've never watched him one time on a live stream. Never. And I know you guys are surprised at this. I've never seen him on Fresh and Fit. You guys have to realize I have my own platform and I have my own shit to do. I don't have time to watch all these other people. All right. The things I've saw from him makes me know I don't need to watch him very much. He's never going to educate me on anything. All right. So I never watched him. He's never been attractive to me as a person to watch. If that's what you want to watch, go ahead. As soon as I heard Pimpin' Hoes Degree, I'll check the fuck out. All right. All right. But these ninjas defending pimps in 2025, I don't know what to tell you. All right. And most of these guys are perpetrating pimps at best. All right, perpetrating pimps. So if you are perpetrating pimp, go ahead and ride this guys to the wheel fall off. But your credibility is lacking in 2025 if y'all still defending the shit that comes out of his camp. All right, the shit that comes out of these pimps' mouths. You guys are crazy, man. You guys are crazy. I do understand that he has a great organization. All right, and his organization is a big threat. So a lot of people want to put him down as a result of that. However, sometimes you got to just go ahead and back off. You got to back off at some point, man. My man said he's a target of the you-know-who and you're helping them. How do I help them? How am I helping them with this guy? All right, here we go right here. He said, I'm helping them. What am I doing? I'm reading a report. Go ahead. You got to sign up for his army. This is what I signed up. I don't know how you defend people like this. First of all, you're defending a guy telling teenage men how to pimp hoes. Let's just start right there. That is a very flawed position for you to be in. This is going to be a flawed position for you guys. This is not a red pill guy. I like what he talks about related to feminism. But like I said, I've said what he said 1,000 times. I'm not impressed. Okay, but I'm not impressed by anybody in this space. You're defending a guy who's selling courses to men on how to pimp women on OnlyFans. Can we start with a fatal flaw right there? Okay, come on, man. I'm not going to do it. I ain't doing it, bruh. If you're going to tell me to vouch for a man, and I don't vouch for any men in this space, I'm not vouching for that one. All right? That's the one I'm not going to vouch for. All right? I don't give a fuck what he does after that. He could be the greatest guy in the world. I never vouch for pimps. That's the end of it for me. Okay? Now, some of this shit that I see and hear every now and then, I just have to sit back and be like, all right, That's what the fuck he wants to do. That's what he wants to do. That's what he wants to do. And the Tate dudes are hurt right here. Hey, God, let me tell y'all, if y'all are Andrew Tate fan, just go ahead and motherfucking delete me right now. Unsubscribe. Unsubscribe from my channel. I'm not going to support him. All right? I ain't going to big up him at all. I'm telling you, this dude is saying he's a pimp. That's all that needs to be said, bruh. I mean, what the hell are you supposed to do? I'm supposed to support this because he's a man. Let's have this serious conversation for a second. Let's have this serious conversation. Hold on for a second. Let's do this. Let's do this shit. And this is easy to find. This is easy to find. Do not put me and him in the same motherfucking line. All right? I'm not on the same line as him. At all. All right? If y'all want to make a bracket and y'all coming up with the best content creators and he's in the bracket, delete me from the bracket. All right? But I say that about a lot of content creators. You go right here. I say that about a lot of content creators. But y'all, I will not go down defending a guy that says he has a program called Pimping Hoes Degree. As a man, I have to tell you guys, I'm out. I'm out on that one. Okay? Because I'm not about trying to pimp hoes or using any tactics to do so. Okay, that's next. So we have to understand that that's where it is. If this hurts your feelings and you want me to die on the hill of conservative, MAGA, and men's issues, I'm not going to do it. All right? I'm not going to do it. I don't just vouch for everybody. I have my issues with every one of these content creators, and he's not immune from it. He is enough to be called out, and I will call him out if he has an issue. If he doesn't have an issue, I'll leave it alone. All right? But y'all can go ahead and crash out right here. All right, y'all can crash out. Look at y'all. Look at these guys right here, man. Look at them. They mad. I love to make y'all mad too, because I do need to get rid of some of these guys. Listen, I only promote one philosophy, the free agent lifestyle. And anybody that hasn't promoted that as the number one, I'm not going to promote their shit, bro. I'm not going to promote their shit. There's too many red flags going on. But I want you young men to understand that I do look out for your best interest. Okay, 100%. I'll look out for your best interest. But I'm not going to come out here and defend anybody because they voted for Trump or that they claim to be red pill. They claim to be red pill. This shit ain't red pill. Yeah, man, it ain't. Yeah, he says, I'm cleaning house, bruh. It's time to get up out of here, man. There's only going to be one here, and it's the Notorious CGA. All right, there's only one, the Notorious CGA. If you think I'm defending anybody because they come out here and talk about feminism, hell no. All right, I'm going to tell you what's wrong with people. Oh, by the way, if you're claiming to be having this some sort of weird kink and fetish related to impregnating and beating women, I'm out on that too. Right, I'm out. I checked out. But that's enough on that. You heard it. I'm really trying to trigger people at this point. And I see I've triggered a couple of you guys. Look at these guys right here. We clean the house. Every now and then, I got to come out here and clean house. Because I'm seeing comments from people that normally don't comment. And never is it a legit comment. Somebody said he mad that he didn't reach out to me while he was in Vegas. I wasn't even in Vegas when he was in Vegas. You know, I wasn't even in Vegas when he was in Vegas. Like, the things that you men try to hang on to in order to hold on to the little bit of fucking heroes in your life. Because you amount to absolutely nothing in your real life. You don't have a real name. You don't have a real icon. You amount to nothing. So you hold on to these fucking internet heroes as if they're going to help your fucking life. And they ain't helping nothing but their pockets. Meanwhile, other than that goddamn icon that you have on your screen, other than the people who you champion, your life is fucking worthless. As a man, your life is worthless other than that fucking icon you type on when you come into my chat. Your life is worthless without these fucking idols and these fake fucking heroes. Your life is worthless as a man. And that's what's sad. Because when a man speaks on another man that is accurate, right, and exact, guess what happens? You can't say shit to refute what the fuck he's saying. All you do is jump on your fucking avatar and defend your fake fucking prophets. When the real one is speaking, there's no one above the notorious one. Ever. And I'm the fucking show here, and there ain't nobody gonna be put over me on my motherfucking platform. That's a fact, Jack. Ain't nobody above me on this one. And I've been telling you this for a long time, but you had to hear it again. Who the fuck are you? Nobody. You watching me. I ain't watching you. Who the fuck are you? You watching me. I don't know who the fuck you are or your real name or that avatar you speak from, defending your fake ass idols, because without these idols, you're a worthless piece of shit human being. Remember that. I got my own shit going on over here. So take your fake ass somewhere else, or you put CGA. Are you over on that shit? Listen. Are you over on there pushing me and defending me? No, you're not. So don't bring your ass over here with your worthless ass, never commenting, never super chatting, but you over there in his fucking war room spending $80 to promote his fucking bullshit so you can get $25 back in affiliate marketing. But me over here, you ain't got shit to say till I come for your fake false idols. And that's the fact, Jack. Bitch ass ninjas. Mitch ass ninjas. Take that somewhere to the stove. Put that in your fake crack pipe and smoke it. Ooh-wee. Where we at? Want me to back? I ain't backing nobody in this space. The only person I back in this space is me. All right, I don't back nobody else in this space. I don't care anybody. I don't back no more, but I don't back no MAGAs. I don't back the conservatives. I don't back the liberals. I back CGA. All right, I'm only gonna back me because I'm the only person to control what the fuck I do in this life and what I say. I ain't put my motherfucking name on the line for a guy telling me to tell 13-year-olds how to pimp hoes for OnlyFans. That definitely ain't a person I'm gonna back. And if you thought I was, you wrong. Have you seen me back anybody in this space? You seen me back nobody. And that's been my goddamn case from the beginning. I back only one. I'm jealous of none, and I'm a king of all. All right? I don't need none of these people to become who I need to be. And I never have, and I never will. And I never sought it out. It's just me at the top of this shit, delivering this game. I didn't have to beg nobody to be on my fucking show. I didn't have to give nobody and get on their podcast to give me credibility. I built this shit all by myself. You, on the other hand, you need these fake ass heroes to validate your loser ass life. Me, on the other hand, I don't. He says, I backed up Kevin Samuels. When? I'm supposed to be the biggest Kevin Samuels hater out here. I've never backed Kevin Samuels. Never once. You guys have to understand, I have never once said, Kevin Samuels is the guy. I've never reviewed a video of him on my channel. I told you where he was good. I told you where he fucked up. And it hurt a lot of people's feelings. I haven't backed nobody. I've collabed. I haven't backed anybody. So I tell you where they flawed. I told you about Fresh. I told you where he fucked up. Then I made a video where I told you the girl was lying. I did the same thing on Myron. But I never cut a diss tape. I just basically said, this is where his flaws messed up. This is where his flaw is. This is where he's right. But you guys got to understand, yep, I called him out a few times when he was alive and after he died. So I've backed nobody. The only person I back here and sell is CGA. I don't give a fuck if they bigger than me in terms of channel and platform, but I've backed nobody. I've been my only goddamn source of information. I've been the only one out here telling you who is the best, who is the person you need to listen to. Me. Nobody above me. Everybody below. All right. That's how it works. And if you don't like it, it is what it is. But ain't nobody above criticism in this space because behind the scenes, I know what's really going on. Oh, man. I need to tell, some of these men need to hear this because men are lost, okay? Men are lost. You lost in the sauce. A lot of you guys love to watch these shows where they completely just putting down women just to put them down. I see their Twitter accounts, and you guys are lost. Men are lost. They have no direction. They have no sense of purpose, and it is not always your fault. So you have to look at somebody else and idolize them to a point where it's a flaw, okay? Where it's flawed. And we have to look at it and say, this is a fatal flaw of a character that you will never be, okay? You will never attempt to be. So don't ever come in here and tell me that you would want to be like him. You're never going to be that. You will always be the lame, goofy, recessed chin, no beard connecting, fat, pepperoni nipple titty having ass, male breast having ass nigga. That's all you're going to be at best. And to you, I say, que sera, sera, adios, amigo. To you, I say, you need to find your way because that ain't it. Y'all ain't going to pimp zero hoes. You're never going to make one pimp dollar. You're never going to put one woman on the track. You ain't got no game and you a lame. Okay. You ain't going to be these guys. Okay. At best, y'all going to be a simp or a trick. All right. At best. Most of y'all going to get married at the first woman that swallows your kids. All right. So that's where most of y'all going to be. But this is not a comparison between me and other content creators here. We're just content creators. All right. But when there's breaking news, there's breaking news. It's hard for me to keep avoiding these subject matters. You're never going to pimp hoes. All right. Just understand. So why are you telling me that I need to support somebody that's telling you to pimp hoes? You ain't going to do it. You're never going to do it. You're going to be a pimply, pussy face, acne, no motherfucking ambition, headed ass, confused male. That's what you're going to be. You're going to be confused your entire life trying to live a world that doesn't exist. All right? It exists in Transylvania. It don't exist here in Cincinnati. You're going to be scrawny or you're going to be over protein shake, over creatine taking ass nigga. All right. That's what you're going to be with your elbows all poked out, with your goddamn shoulders overdeveloped and your back muscles need some work. Okay. That's where you're going to be. All right. Or you can get yourself unconfused about this life and sell you a real portrait of possibly what your life can look like if you just take simple steps. But I'm not here to circle jerk with you guys and these red pill and these conservative guys just so you can push your agenda to make yourself feel better while you watch your superheroes win, but you still bagging groceries in Cincinnati. Okay, how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel at the end of the day? You still bagging groceries, listening to the people talk about feminism, and you ain't made a move yet in your life. You still talking behind an icon. Where we at? Still talking behind an avatar. And you ain't hit me with one, you don't hit me with one goddamn piece of common sense yet. Okay, not one. And you men need to hear this shit because I ain't here to play games with none of you Mitch ass ninjas because at the end of the day, you're the problem. You Mitch ass ninjas are the problem. You the biggest problem going in 10 years of watching red pill content. Your ass still got tidy whities on. Your ass still running around here with plaque in your teeth. Mitch ass ninjas still in here living with their mama talking about they saving money to buy a house. In what economy? It ain't never going to exist. I'm actually saving money, but I'm going to buy a house one day. No, you're not. I'm going to tell you, you ain't going to motherfucking buy a house, okay? Not in a good neighborhood. You Mitch ass ninjas running around here letting your mama claim you as a dependent, and you're running around here telling me as a grown-ass man that lived damn near 30 years of grown-ass man life, telling me what to do and who to support, okay? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here with this bullshit of you trying to figure out how to navigate life. Meanwhile, 35 years done passed and you've accomplished nothing. Zero in 35 years, but you gonna watch the Ever What podcast to make yourself feel good while these bitches getting fucked out here and they making more money than you in a week than you can ever imagine making in a month. Walking around here talking about the wall gonna hit them. To make yourself feel better at night. Okay, but that's neither here nor there. I was here to help you, but now I'm here to hurt you. Okay, because at this point, most of y'all need hurt at this point. Look at these ninjas. And it just makes me feel good to bring hurt to a group of men that done sat here for 6 years watching Andrew Tate and ain't made one serious move in his life, watching him, and then you're coming over to me to tell me what the fuck to do and what the fuck to say. What you're never going to do is tell me who to support and who to big up, because this is my show. Let me remind you, I'm the benevolent monarch. I might make jokes and smile and make your motherfucking ass laugh, but you'll never forget, it's the notorious one above all. I'm the fucking king of kings, and I name myself that for a fucking reason, because there's only one in my mind, and that's what matters. You're watching his fucking channel. I'm the goddamn king. I'm at the top, whether you like it or not. And if you don't like it, you better learn to love it, because ain't nobody ever gonna be put ahead of CGA. Not on my fucking show. And that's the fucking facts. I don't care what the numbers say. It's the free agent lifestyle and nothing else. Do you understand? Ain't nobody in this so-called space on YouTube or on Twitch or Facebook ever gonna be put ahead of CGA. Let me do this, super chats. Don't take my kindness for weakness. I push my agenda. I don't push yours. I push my agenda. My agenda is the free agent lifestyle. I don't give a fuck about who I'm helping in the you-know-who's. Who gives a fuck about any of that? I care about my agenda. I don't care about the conservative agenda. I don't care about the liberal agenda. I care about my agenda. Now, if you wanted to know and you thought I was a nice guy to you, you better earn some goddamn respect with me. Right? This is crazy. Let's do this. Eric Scott Sermon is in the building. Appreciate you, brothers. Shout out to the coach gang. Y'all people forget sometime. Y'all people forget. Y'all people forget. All right. I'm not here to push nobody but me. All right. Shout out to our brother. It is Franco Rodriguez, coach. Here's a cup of coffee for you. He says, what's the deal with the Christian relationship book steering guys straight into the ditch? Hit up a church and ran. You hit up a church and ran into a crew of leftover scavengers. All right. Shout out to you, man. Yes, we're going to talk about that later on with the Christian church being involved in taking men back to the plantation. Miles Morrow says, coach, I just want to say, ninjas out the Ku Klux Klan, I think you meant ninjas put the KK Klan out of business, putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers now. Shout out to you right there. Okay. Macaroni Tony says, yous done took it too far, CGA. The Comic-Con free agents won't stand you dissing the journey into Middle Earth. You shall not pass. Appreciate you for that one. No Government AMSD says, coach, thanks for the knowledge. I know only to date at the junior college, and it's a great life. I also started asking what kind of binds that they're in. It's the funniest, goofiest answers of all time, all the time. Okay, women get into all kind of financial strife. All right, so they get into debt. I knew a woman that went on 4 vacations and she took out debt to get into it, and now she has a consolidated loan that she cannot pay off. Right, the interest is so high, she's getting just tore up. She's getting tore up. But a year ago, she went on all these vacations for the Instagram, and I kind of met her around that time. She started going on the vacations, and she was like, "Oh, I'm traveling," and so I thought she had it like that. She had a good job, but what happened was it was basically revealed that she took out debt. Okay. And now she's screwed. All right. She's in a loan that she'll never pay off. Jordan Peterson, coach. Great show last night. I'm 28 and the chase isn't fun anymore like it used to be. I need to bring it in and take a knee, even though I really don't want to. He says women are no longer mysterious and fun. They are frustrating and singular now. Money is still mysterious. So I'm going to learn about that. MIB called talking about some drama. I swear there ain't time for women. And the come up. It's either Punani or the comma. Post Malone says, thank you for all that you do. All right, shout out to you right there, Jordan Peterson. That's not the Jordan Peterson, but Jordan Peterson saying that you have to make a choice when it comes to women. You can't have both. You can't come up and you can't go make money at the same time. Okay. And it says right here, Kaylin says, coach, we got a new beef to speak on. LeBron and Stephen A. Smith. What do you personally make of it? Do you find it laughable that Stephen A. says he would have swung at LeBron if he would have put hands on him? I think he said he would have swung on him, but he would have got his ass kicked. So there's that. I just think this is an example of where men are going. This is a bad testimony on both sides for LeBron and Stephen A. Smith. That men get to this level of the conversation. They get to this level of success, of financial status, and not to say that there was never be conflict, but we're watching black on black crime play out. We're watching two men that have no business airing out their dirty laundry right here in front of the world. I think it's sad on both sides that LeBron and Stephen A. Smith cannot handle this without taking it publicly. And now Stephen A. Smith has now chosen to say, well, we'll take it to the fisticuffs. Okay. I mean, that would be like you saying, well, prove it, prove it that you're the best and fight it out. I mean, like, come on, man. Do we need to at this point? Both of these men are well into their 40s. If not, LeBron is hitting 40 pretty soon here. And now Stephen A. Smith says, hey, LeBron, if he would have hit me, I would have hit him back and I would have took the ass whooping. I think it's somewhat juvenile on both sides of this argument. I think LeBron definitely took it out. He took it out on Stephen A. Smith publicly, knowing that Stephen A. Smith couldn't do anything. All right, this is basically where men are lost. Shout out to J. Cool Empathy. I have, but I will not tolerate someone feeling sorry for themselves. I also refuse to talk with or hang around with someone with perpetual complaints all the damn time. right? There's complaints and there's people addressing issues. But yes, if people are constantly in a series of woe is me, okay, there's something wrong, there's a system, people are out to get us. Do you know who is out to get us with the agenda? Like this spook language when it comes to men. Okay. There's a spook out here, and they have a mysterious plan to do X, Y, and Z. I know it sounds great, and you guys want to fucking, you want to pull back the curtain. Okay. There's people worrying about the who is and this and this. Let me tell you something. It sounds good. I'm a conspiracy theorist with the best of them. But you ain't gonna do a damn thing. If there's no curtain to peel back. They're pretty much clear as to what they're gonna do and how they're gonna do it. You can carry on all you want and think you're gonna expose something and all of these things, and you're gonna peel back the matrix and all of this. Man, if you don't become a free agent, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, you have to come to a point in your life as a man to figure out you're going to be with them or against them. Are you going to be controlled by the matrix? You men are worried about the matrix and you work as a fucking bank teller. You're in corporate America. You motherfucker are on salary wage slave telling me about the matrix. This is getting goofy at this point. You're a corporate wage slave. These things have been in place before you were thought of being born, before your mother was a crust in the eyeball of your grandmother and grandfather. This system has been in place, and they're going to do whatever the hell they want to do, no matter what. Now, what you can do outside of that to make yourself feel better is to try and find some way to work outside of that. But you can't be completely outside of it. You can move to another country, but you still don't move away from the system. But if you want to make yourself, feel like you're going to expose who and you're going to name names, shit, I can sit up here and name all the same names with you. And what is it going to do? Nothing. Because if they want to put you in their jails and they want to unplug you from their platforms and they want to shut down your bank account, they could do it right now. And you ain't gonna do a damn thing about it. If you think the white man is out here with a mysterious system of institutional racism that he's holding on to oppress you, the question is, what are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna try to build up a name of white men to help you feel better? You're gonna come up with a history segment as to tell us why this will continue and you will not be able to get out of these chains of bondages? Or are you just going to figure out, let me pivot around somewhere else to become somewhat free? Can I share this with you? Yeah, he says they released the JFK files, and what y'all do? Nothing. They've done so many things to y'all, and y'all did absolutely nothing. Right in your face. I mean, so don't tell me about these and the matrix and the system and the who wishes and how they got a plan and I'm helping them. This is absolutely crazy talk to me, because at the end of the day, you'll do nothing. You'll depend on their system. You'll depend on their banks. You'll depend on everything because you have to. You'll depend on their jobs. Somebody just told me this. They sent a message. And they were saying, hey, I was supposed to meet up with this guy that we were going to do some networking. And he's like, you know what? I can't meet with you as we expected because I'm laying off 15 people on Friday. And he said, but let me tell you something. What I know about you and your idea of free agent lifestyle, as free as you can possibly be. He was like, you're on to something because you have the ability to move and pivot like nobody can. You have no dependencies on these systems. But these people in here going to these jobs, researching conspiracy theories, are getting laid off on Friday. Okay? They getting laid off. with no ability to, they getting 2 months severance, if that, and they're looking for another job. So now they better be careful what they put out in these internets, because that's going to affect them from getting their other jobs. Okay, but as a man, it's nice to say you know and you have hidden insight, and there's people and there's an agenda to keep information away from us. Get all the information you possibly can. But as you're getting it, we're inching closer and closer to you not being able to do anything, even if you had the answers and proof right ahead of you right now. There ain't nothing you can do about it because the system is designed that way. It can make you feel better about things, but what are you going to do about it? Yep, you can't fight the system, the very system you depend on. The very system you depend on that gives you your paycheck. Then what? So anyway, man, enough about that. I just think men are completely misdirected. They misguided and they undecided. At the end of the day, you just want somebody to love you. And because nobody loves you, you're just filled with all kind of misdirection and understanding of what to do. By the way, I've been trying to tell y'all a long time how to overcome this. How to overcome it. Continually trying to expose something. I'm going to expose and peel back the curtain. Man, I'll give you the names of who running what and where. They right here in plain sight. Then I'll tell you what you going to do about it. Okay, what are you going to do about it? The answer is nothing, okay? Let's be honest. What are you going to do about it? All right, there's that. He said he hasn't preached or mentioned pimp culture in over 5 years. You really want to go there? You really want to do? You really want to go there? Listen, I'll tell you why. That means because he's been investigated for that very same thing. Why would he go and talk about doing that very same thing? If he's been investigated for doing that very same thing? Oh, by the way, this woman's claiming that was their very arrangement when they went over there too. I mean, come on, man. Some of you guys are sunken deep in the goddamn sunken place. Why would he talk about the very thing he's being investigated on? Why would he talk about it? I'm only here for common sense. I don't care about alliances or allegiances. I don't care about these fictional characters. I don't care about any of that. I'm just here to bring some damn common sense. Have I brought common sense to the argument? Ask yourself that. I'm only talking about common sense. Have I brought common sense to the argument? You guys are a distracted group of men with no common sense or purpose. It proves it every day. You guys are flawed in your thinking, and you need people to just wake your ass up on a daily basis. This is why I call it the wake up show. I'm here to wake you guys out of your fucking pathetic, unconscious lives. Coming in here with bullshit on a daily basis, acting like I'm the goddamn substitute teacher. I'm the master teacher. You can't hit me with this bullshit and not expect me to juke and jive around this shit. Have you ever had a court case? If you ever had one, and I had one live here on YouTube for several years, did I talk about the case? Very sparingly. I basically came on here and said I didn't even have a job. Okay? Why would I then talk about something I'm being investigated for and people are building a case on? Why would I brag about it and talk about it anymore? It would be common sense. Why not to do it? But he's still doing it. He's still doing it. All right, so that's not even a secret at this point. I'm here to wake you up out of your slumber. You're talking to the master debater. I'm the undebatable. I'm the undeniable. I only speak in common sense. And that's all I care about. I don't care about all this allegiances and agendas. None of that shit matters to me. At the end of the day, you bring me a subject matter, I bring it to you. I just speak common sense about it. That's it. I don't think, I shouldn't say this because there's some fans watching me. Fuck you guys. I'm going to still say the common sense conversation about some breaking news, interesting shit. I don't give a fuck what your allegiance is to the person. Okay? I've been getting the pro-blacks forever because I think they ignorant. I don't care if I'm black. All right? I still got to talk common sense about the subject matter. Yep, there you go right here. Trey says he was a cop. We make cases off of suspects talking while we're investigating them. And he says investigators want you to talk. Tell these guys. Why would he talk about it continuously if he's being investigated for it the last 5 years? No, that makes sense, guys. Come on, man. Some of you guys are lost in the sauce. You guys are lost in the goddamn sauce. All right, so anyway, a couple more that I got to acknowledge because you guys have been very patient. JC says, glad to see you back. A lot has happened in this past week. I had to go zero dark 30 on my favorite JUCO. I hope you've been hitting it. She tried to backdoor me. That's forbidden. Also reported my first illegal immigrant to ICE. Don't judge me, but I'm just trying to do my part. Shout out to you, man. And Donald Trump appreciate you. Cody Draper says, Coach, a lesson for men and women, but women, life doesn't owe you nothing. Okay? Life owes you nothing out here. Life doesn't owe you anything. Carlos says, you're absolutely right, Coach. Coach, we're cooked. Women won't give up their so-called freedom, and both parties are too afraid to confront the negative impacts of feminism. A socialist woman like AOC becoming president will be the final nail in the coffin, and I think we're close, all right? And so she's planning on running in 2028. And I said she would run back years ago, that she would be the candidate. She would be age appropriate, and she would have the ability to run. I think it would be a mistake. The Democrats are going to run 3 women in a row, all right, which would be detrimental to them. I don't think they should run another woman. I don't think they should ever run another woman, the Democrats, but they may not have a choice. Gavin Newsom's pivoting away from their liberal agendas in public. So, but we know where he's going to go. And so, yeah, man, I think it would be a mistake for them to run another woman. All right, but I don't think she has the ability to win. But, of course, she's not running against Trump. But if that wins, it's pretty much cooked. Okay, we're cooked. And last one, Bill Free Media says, welcome back, Coach. He says, anytime a person uses that, well, men should get their shit together sooner excuse, I bring up the double quotas in the 80s where female-led job mandates in the 70s as well caused men to actually take a backseat in the job marketplace. And they usually shut the fuck up. LOL. So, or shout out to you. SO to you. That's not so. And sorry for my reading. It's horrible. All right, but yeah, the double quotas. And that white women have benefited from DEI and affirmative action. So it's difficult for men to compete in the labor force where there's no benefit for the corporation to hire them. And thus it's harder for men to make more money. I mean, this is an easy one to figure out. However, the problem is, will people admit that? People will typically not admit that that exists, or they'll say, well, we needed to do that to make it fair. Okay, well then how do men make more money than women? How is that possible for men to be able to support women and make enough money to be able to be economically attractive to women? Shout out to Bill Free Media, and sorry for slandering your fucking post here. But let's do the main event since I've been out here on y'all's neck. You guys deserve it. Thank you for the supporter for sitting here taking that. But it's always a few in the audience that I have to get their neck. I have to snatch their collar. Okay, I have to snatch their collar because they think for some reason And I don't know why. You put me on the same line as some of these content creators, and I'm not. I don't think I'm in the same line as them, and I don't think I'm like them. I'm not competing with them, and I don't have any allegiances with them, and I never have tried. All right, please trust me. I've never sent out an email to any content creator. Can I get on? People contact me, and guys, they contact me like 12 times for me to appear on their show. Ask Fresh and Fit. And I'm not trying to belittle them. But ask Myron. Right? He'd be like, dude, I've tried to get you on here for years. It took me years to go back. And they had to be in Las Vegas. It took years. Ask Mr. Palmer. Ask anybody I've ever collabed with. It took like fucking 20 times for me to be like, all right. Messages here. Months go by. I'm not the easiest person to get in contact with. And I really don't care for all of these little connections and Avenger groups. I really don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. I don't read my emails or DMs. Okay, I don't know what's going on. All right. And I'm not trying to be in anybody's pictures and videos. I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy that I need to be attached to somebody. I've been running my own show since the beginning. All right. I never used any of these OGs to leverage my goddamn channel. None of them. That's why a lot of people, okay, that's why a lot of people are mad at me, because I never used them to get to my spot. And my spot is good. I'm good where I'm at. I could be better, but I'm not trying to attach to nobody because you think they famous, right? To me, they're not famous. To me, they just a regular dude, all right? Because I just look at them as they're across from me or they're below me. I don't look at anybody in this space as they're above me and I need to attach to them. Okay. And that goes for YouTubers as well. All right. Even if you can have 100 million subscribers, it don't mean shit to me. Right. I'm like, that's nice. That's nice. But these people, oh, they got more subscribers. So that don't mean nothing to me, man. I've had channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. All right. That's great. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers. None of that shit mean nothing to me, bro. All right, they can email. These people that email me 10 times and they have never responded to them. Interview requests, media requests, that shit all goes unread. Dr. Phil requests, unfucking read. No response. All right, so that's how I've been rolling on YouTube for 8 years. And it's working for me. Trust me. I'm keeping this ball rolling. Main event. Learn from me, guys. Yes, indeed. Main event for your viewing pleasure. And it looks like my luggage has finally been relocated. I'm without a series of shoes and clothes. I guess they're going to drop off my luggage here. All right, but cold approaching. And dating events. We've been hearing about this for quite a long time. And even today in 2025, I'm flabbergasted that we're still having this conversation. But I understand why we're having this conversation. Okay? This conversation is being had because I think we're trying to solve a problem, but no one's willing to give up an inch, as our brother eloquently said earlier. The women know that there's a dating issue. But their thing is to blame the men. The men have always been saying there's a dating issue, and they've made a series of adjustments, but the women feel like they're being blamed for it as well. A lot of people have solutions, but a lot of people's solutions are not showing to have proven results. So people are saying, if men and women did this, if women did this, if men did this, but it's not showing any results. In fact, relationships are on the decline. Okay, marriages are on the decline. Childbirth is on the decline, and it's going to continue to be because people aren't hearing each other. We also have people saying men should approach. Women are saying we want men to approach. We wish more men will approach. We're tired of the dating apps. Why? Because the dating apps have proven to be a failure in them getting and controlling the dating marketplace. All they did was get fucked, chucked, plucked, and now they still out here single after 10, 15 years of dating apps. So now they're like, let's go back to approaching. However, approaching was the thing they wanted to avoid. We're tired of these men coming up to talk to us. They're wearing fake wedding rings. They're telling men they have boyfriends. They're making men come up with all this cold approach jargon and overcoming objections. And women got tired of it, so they retreated to the dating apps. Now, the dating apps didn't give them what they wanted, so now they want to retreat back to, let's go back to cold approach. There are men that hear other men say, I don't want a cold approach. And then they say, well, you're scared, which is a common response. You're scared, you're gay, don't be scared. It's just rejection. Overcome your fear of rejection, and so forth and so on, which I think is horrible advice, but you do you. Don't worry about the Me Too movement. Don't worry about these false allegations. Don't worry about sexual harassment claims. Just approach. I approach women all the time at my job. I fuck up many women at my job. Okay, these are all bad advices. And it's proven that people haven't adapted to that message. There have been men that use cold approach, but there have been men that say, yeah, fuck all that. I'm not going to do it. Okay, I have a career to worry about. I can't be out here running around the streets of Miami cold approaching. I have a reputation. I have something going on with my life. I'm not going to be out here cold approaching. Then women will say, well, you're going to hear what they're going to say here in a minute. Okay, because this is interesting. They're also putting on dating events that men are not showing up to. For some reason or the other, we're going to try to figure out men are not going to organize dating events, mostly organized by professional matchmaking groups. So they say, well, if we have a controlled environment, maybe the men will feel more comfortable coming into these dating events where they can talk to many eligible, single, career feminist women. No housewives in there. There's just these available women that work 60 hours a week in human resource jobs, completely misguided and undecided, full of debt, just sitting there at a table, and you could just walk up to all of them. But the men aren't showing up to them. Why is it that today we are still having a conversation where men have went their own way, MGTOW. Men have chosen to go passport bro. Men have been doing free agent lifestyle. They follow Kevin Samuels, Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, Everwood Podcast. There's plenty of evidence as to why men are not doing these things anymore. Yet, they're still making videos as to why aren't men approaching? Why aren't men going to dating events? As if the answer is not right there in front of them. Oh, that's those guys over there, those MGTOWs, they're just the losers. All those Andrew Tate guys, they are misogynists. The passport bros, those are men that are losers anyway. They couldn't get girls anyway. Don't worry about those guys. However, those are the guys that are checking out of the dating marketplace. It is said that 30 to 60% of men are completely checked out, not looking for relationships. They're not in one. They're not looking for one. So where is the confusion? The confusion is mind-boggling to me as to why people are confused. Men are not approaching. They're checked out. They don't see a gain in getting to a relationship. They have other things to do. Why aren't men going to dating events? Because to go to a dating event, it might be free, but every woman I talk to, let's say if I had 5 women I'm interested in, there's a financial obligation to continue the relationship from that point. It's fairly obvious that men know that going in. While the dating event might have cost $25 to $50, once I sit down with each one of these women and I say, wow, listen, these 5 women seem to hit it off with me. Now I gotta pay 5 bitches to go out on dates, 3 dates apiece to wait for some pussy down the line. Like what? Okay, that's major league expensive. So now I gotta whittle it down. What if my finances aren't that good? I make $45,000 a year on average. How the hell am I gonna take 3 to 5 women out on a date? Date 1, date 2, date 3. I might as well pay for vagina. Now let's bring that up. Now that there's OnlyFans, the junior college, women selling punani on the side, on seeking arrangements. It's way more beneficial, not cheaper. It's way more better use of money for me to go over there and trick than it is for me to go look at these washed up, overweight, overworked women that are over debt and over leveraged financially to go out here for her to play motherfucking Tea Party, okay? So for her to play I'm a good girl, for her to play, oh my gosh, I've been going through so much trauma on the dating apps, for her to play Mrs. Betty Crocker and not see all these damn red flags waving. I mean, who wants to play this game? All right, so let's get to the clips and we'll boil all this down now. All right, we'll try to bake all this down now. Let's start with the older women. Remember, it was the men that were supposed to be in a single crisis. The single, lonely men of America. Because more women will be single, there will be more lonely men. I debunked that right off the rip. I said, well, mathematically, that means there's going to be more single, lonely women. No, there's not. Women got stuff to do. They got money. They're starting businesses. Let's see if this checks out.
I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't drink anything without feeling pain and pain. True pain.
Okay. All right.
I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't drink anything without feeling pain and pain.
Yeah. The single lonely male epidemic. There's going to be all these single lonely men with nothing to do. They're just going to be jerking off the prawn and playing video games in pain and lonely. It looks like it's the other side. All right. I'm 37. And honestly, it's so hard to be alone. Women need relationships to bond. Okay. They need them they need it like a barnacle to a ship. Like fly to shit. Like syrup on pancakes. Like white on rice. All right, they need it. And the men don't, right? We can just be alone and in peace. It's the women that be crashing out. Every night I wonder why men don't even notice me and take the first step. Why they ain't even 37. 37, baby, you're like 12 years too late to the party. Having a party. 37, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And your head looks like the Flatiron Building in New York. All right, so let's not even talk about that. It says, don't I deserve at least a little attention? Am I not attractive? See, when people keep pushing this agenda about men being single and lonely, yes, it's true. But it's the women that are going to be the ones feeling the pain. All right, their self-esteem can't take it. All right, they can be out here getting fucked and chucked, and they can go travel and live their best life. I'm living my best life. But, dude, when they go home to that lonely-ass kitchen, trust me, I know a lot of women, 35 to 55, they be lonely as fuck, man. And it's painfully lonely. They jump on dating apps, match with you and want to talk. They want a platonic friendship. They want someone to hang out with. They want a relationship right off the rip. One piece of sex? Where's this going? What are you doing right now? I'm doing nothing. They don't be doing nothing, bruh. Sitting at home with their dog, cuddle up. Nothing going on in their lives. Just hopping in conversation because they be alone. Trust me, man. This whole thing about men going to be single and lonely and there's going to be an epidemic, it's going to hurt the women, man. It's going to work. It's going to hurt them. It's hurting them. It's killing them. But they come out here and they fake the funk. Oh, I got a job and I could go travel and take a trip. Okay, you took 2 trips this year. What you going to do with the rest of the 320 days? You're going to be sitting at home with your fucking dog. And I'm talking about attractive women too. All right, attractive women in this situation too. Let me see here. All right, okay, let me see here. Okay, Jesus. Somebody texted me. So I'll handle that right quick. So anyway, let's go to the next segment right here. Let's go to the next segment. The next segment. Let me make sure I get this taken care of. All right. So we got the next segment right here. No men showing up. No men showing up to dating apps. This is a video by content creator Manhood. All right, with a check mark. And this is basically a compilation of videos. Here we go.
So we have been waitlisted for speed dating. I guess way more women than men signed up. So unless a lot of men sign up before the event, we don't get to go.
Dating right now in 2024 is the hardest thing that I've ever done in my entire life.
I am out here wiping mounds of snow off of my car just so I can head to a speed dating event tonight that I paid $40 for to play icebreaker games with random men. What am I doing? This isn't even worth it. What is this all for?
I'm gonna say it, and you're not gonna like what I have to say. You're not gonna like it, man. You're not gonna like it. Where are the real men at? I'm sick of it.
Forgot how useless men are nowadays.
We just got to a speed dating event. Wish us the best of luck because we're actually really nervous. So let's see how this plays out.
A few moments later.
We showed him pictures of guys that were at the event. Your mom laughed. And his first reaction to the first picture was, whoa.
Okay, so let me stop it right here. So as you can see, you know, women, they're saying men are having a loneliness epidemic, but why are so many women available to go to these singles events? And why are they so interested in going? All right, they're all getting dolled up, putting their hair and makeup on. They're saying they have better things to do. They're saying they don't need a man. But as soon as the single event shows up, they're piling in the doors. Okay, it's a facade. All right, they're the ones looking for relationships. Now, here's the problem. This is why men ain't going to go to single events, because she just verified and validated for about 50% of men why you wouldn't go to a singles event. I'm going to play it again. And yes, these women are old as hell, bruh. These aren't 22-year-old women, fresh legs. These are old frog legs right here. Listen to this right here. This is exactly why you don't go to a dating event.
Pictures of guys that were at the event. Your mom laughed. And his first reaction to the first picture was, whoa.
All right, so this is right here, and people are going to say, hey, man, what's the problem? She has her standards. But you went to the event, and then you took a picture of a group of men, and then you shared it outside of the dating event to show the men you didn't like. Isn't this what men are saying? Why they don't want to go to dating? Why would I go there to be subjected to this type of treatment and behavior? Okay, you're going to hear this later as to women saying they're not cruel when they're rejecting men. But you literally are rejecting men. Not only you're rejecting men, you're humiliating them. You're humiliating them behind their back. And some men tell you not to worry about this, but this is what we're talking about. Why would a man cold approach you if you're just going to be like, look at this guy that cold approached me. Whoa, oh my God, jeez. This is exactly what men want to avoid. This is why they're staying single, okay? Why they're staying single, fuck that. All right, why am I going to get up there to go in front of 80 women so they can just be like, yeah. You know, where's the real man? Okay. So that right there is going to go unnoticed. But that is a real reason, again, why like 50% of men ain't going for that shit, bro. All right, anyway, let's go to the next one.
And then I sent my mom pictures, and she was just laughing emojis.
Yeah. Look,
Y'all, there's a speed dating thing here tomorrow night for Christians.
Look at this shit.
Should I go? I don't know.
Man, these people are way too old. Look at the grim motherfucking Reaper. Look at the Crypt Keeper right here. Look at the Crypt Keeper. She looks like a bowl. She looks like a bowl of fun, doesn't she? She looks like a bowl of fun. She's a Christian too. And I hate to go ahead and talk shit about her, but this is a whole muskrat. You guys, there's a Christian dating event. Okay, I ain't going to it. If you're going to it, I ain't going to go to it. Imagine linking up with this. And this is what people, unfortunately, the way women position themselves for dating is that they're wonderful. All right, I'm a wonderful, valuable woman. How can a man not see this? No matter how she is, she's wonderful. The men out here are somewhat, desperate, weak, The men don't position themselves as, I'm a wonderful guy out here. If you are, you don't need a dating event. But they think they're the winners, and then the males are the losers. They're the ones that need us. They need us, so they're going to be in there packed in. And then when they get there, it's 80 women like this. Why ain't they coming? All right, what the hell?
I'm so awkward.
I think the reason that, I sleep with so many guys is because it's the only time I can really feel validation from a man. I mean, my dad told me every single day until he died that I was a failure of a daughter.
All right, so it's the dad's fault.
You're getting closure by proving your father's point.
Congratulations.
Ladies,
Imagine if a man walked up to you and said,
all right, let me stop. That's right here. That's the Manhood channel. All right, there's a compilation of these videos. Here's another video right here. Single men over 50. Why don't you go to singles events? So we're going to just start here. We started with the 30s and the 40s. Now we're at the 50s. Okay. We talked about this earlier about men in their 40s and 50s, possibly, if they are eligible, they are either good being single, they're dating younger women, or they're going through a divorce, okay? Or they just don't need it. Single men over 50, why aren't you going to singles events? I thought we were going to have a male loneliness problem. It seems like it's on the woman's side.
This video is for single men over 50 and single men over 50 only. I would like to know why you don't go to singles events. We host singles events pretty regularly as a matchmaking service, and we always have to cut the age limit at 50, sometimes 55. And the reason for that is that while we will have tons of women over 50 wanting to come to our events, the men don't show up. And I don't understand this because we have lots of men that we work with as clients in their 50s, and they all tell us they don't like online dating, they don't want to get scammed, they're very nervous about it. But at a singles event, especially something hosted by a reputable company like ourselves, you're going to meet women who've been vetted, who are there for the right reasons, and you have us there to act as a little bit of a buffer to help introduce you. So I just want to know why you don't come. Tell me in the comments if any of you are seeing this, because we have lots of women all over the Midwest who would love to have events for singles in their 50s and 60s, but we need you to show up.
This is just completely dismissive of men's issues in life and dating. This completely dismisses them. This tells me that they're not listening. Okay, because men have been very much vocal as to why men don't date. So where's this pool of men that are 50 that are just, I'm just looking for a woman. Okay, let me go and see all of these old 50-year-old women. Okay. And she's just sitting up there. I don't understand. Why? You saying you want this, and you say you want love, and you say you don't want to get scammed. All right, why aren't you showing up to meet all of these old motherfucking bunion having ass women? All right, pantyhose and stockings wearing ass women. La Femme Nikita. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't no man worth his weight in gold, worth his salt, is going to meet no 50-year-old broads. Hell no. Now, interesting enough, she asked for comments. Isn't that interesting? See, when you watch CGA, shit gets real, whether you like it or not. But shit just got real, didn't it? I thought she wanted to know why men over 50 didn't want to go to no dating events. Comment below. But what happened? New world order. They got a reality check, and they didn't want to hear it.
Gotcha, bitch.
See, they don't want to hear you. Oh, that's just the bitter and hurt guys. All right, that's the guys that got trauma. Oh, that's the guys that got hurt. Okay, them the misogynists. All right, but now all of a sudden you asked for comments, but you couldn't take the goddamn comments. You had to turn them damn comments off. Cause what I want a bright-eyed bushy tail up in my fucking bed. I ain't trying to look at Edith and Suzette and Barbara and Jennifer. You know, I ain't trying to look at these old bats. These old hemorrhoid having bats. These old, I don't hook up on the first date having ass breath smelling like wine. All right. I ain't trying to look at Barbara, Stella, right? Any of these old ass names. Ruby. I don't need to fuck Ruby tonight. All right. Hey, Ruby. Hi, Suzanne. Ain't nobody trying to fuck Suzanne tonight. I'm trying to fuck Caitlin tonight. Hello. Okay.
Where the white women at?
Janice. All right. Hey, Janice. Hey, Janice, I'm thinking about coming through tonight. How's it going, Janice? Right. Yeah. Yeah. Judith and I try to. Hey, Judith, are you available on Monday? All right. Or you massaging your bunions? All right. What are you doing, Judith? All right, hell no. I need some Caitlins, some Kellys, and some last name, first name broads. That's what I need. I need some Emmas and shit. All right, anyway, I don't need no Karens and these type of girls, man. All right, I don't need them. I need some bright-eyed, bushy-tail girls and Maria, all of this shit. All right, so let's go to the next video right here. This shows you what's going on. Them comments that got turned off. The next video, this woman has this. Men refuse to attend singles events. All right, so here we go right here. We got another one here. Let's see what she says.
Doing girls. When was the pivotal moment that a man chose to not go after a girl anymore or put in any effort? It seems like guys can just put the bare minimum and not even really put in effort anymore. They don't really care to. Or they're like, why don't girls just go and make the first move and make the effort? When did it become a thing? Now it's like role reversal where they expect girls to be making the first moves, yearning for a guy and chasing him. That is, I feel like, the downfall of why it's so hard to meet someone, because men don't put in effort anymore or don't care to put in effort. And a relationship won't work unless the guy likes the girl just a tiny little bit more. He has to like her just the tiniest bit more for it to work in the long haul. So it would make sense if a guy really wanted to get to know you, that he would go leaps and bounds to get to know you.
Oh my God. Like, this is, again, man, I'm telling you, man, it's getting bad out here because, you know, my job security is great. My job security is fantastic. I don't have any loss of leverage because I'm going to have content forever. She's completely wrong at this. This is what she desires, which tells you she's not listening to what men desire. She's saying, if I keep dangling this carrot, all right, men are going to chase for it, so I'll just keep dangling the carrot. And so she's dangling the carrot, and men aren't chasing for her. And she says, well, how it should work is the man should like the woman slightly more so that he continues to chase the carrot. However, it's the opposite. When the woman overwhelmingly likes the man, he folds her ass up like a love letter from the second grade. She jump in there and break all the rules that the other men have to chase. He don't have to chase no carrot. She basically lays on her back and submits. 1, 2, 3. Pins her fucking shoulders to the mat, and she cooked. And then she goes on. She gets a broken heart, and then goes on. Now, when the guy that likes her more, she's like, okay, I'll give him a chance. All right, she dangles the carrot, and he used to chase. Not anymore. Guys have figured out, okay, we done with that game. We done got played about 3 or 4 times. Now I'm 28 years old. I'm not getting played anymore. So now she jumps out here and wants to goddamn change the rules. I'm going to change the rules now. I'm going to dangle the carrot out there. I'm going to make till the guy likes me, and then I'll open myself up. Okay, it's about trust. Eventually, if I trust you, I'll let you go up in me. Eventually, if you do this. So she figures she just want to dangle the carrot, and it ain't working no more. They will call men sassy for this behavior. They'll say men are sassy. They want to be treated like women. They want to be chased. Well, men don't chase. Men figured out they don't have to chase. So all the men that she never made chase, they already gone. They're in her past. Now she just wants to turn around and go, hey.
What happened? Where did all the men
All right,
go?
she's got another extension to this real quick. I think there's a part 2, so we'll hear her out here.
And when did that shift? Because back in my mom's era, if a guy wanted to take you out on a date, he had to go up to you. He had to get your number. He had to go through lengths.
Give me a second here. Let's play this real quick right here.
Good news. I have decided that you are good enough to spend money on me, pursue me, and flatter me. But understand I will owe you nothing and will expect you to keep me happy always until I get bored with you or find a better opportunity. Would you jump at that opportunity? No? Now you know how men feel.
PSA, I am only dating hot guys. This is the Hawkeye era. I'm only gonna date hot men from now on.
They come with us to a singles event in Chicago. These were the fits, and after we took this clip, we passed a naked man on State Street, and that really set the tone for the rest of the night. This thing was at Spin, and it was packed, but the dating pool was grim. We did befriend 2 guys, and we went to a bar with them after, but I don't think they realized we were trying to friend zone them, and this is us walking home. I'll spare the audio, but...
The tables are being turned, and instead of men chasing the women, women will now chase the men. No more simping, no more buying them meals, no more chasing. Hold the line.
All right, we got the hold the line conversation going on. Back to this woman real quick.
To try to talk to you, even if you weren't interested at first. How my parents met? They met at a bar, and my dad asked for my mom to dance, and my mom was like, get out of here. She wanted nothing to do with him. If he had just left and listened to her, they would have never gotten married, they would have never had kids. But he was persistent. He wanted to take her out on a date so badly. He was like, what do I have to do to take you out on a date? She was working late their first date, so he went to her work, picked her up, prepped a dinner, took her to a park. Just planned the whole thing. He wrote her poetry. He was yearning. How my aunt and my uncle met.
All right, so this is an interesting paradox here. Let's do this real quick. Guys. This woman today doing exactly what she just described her parents doing in order to meet. They met at a mating ritual. All right, like this is the Back to the Future. Guys, this will be stalker behavior. Okay, ladies, you know it's true. If men did exactly what she just prescribed today, this dude will be treated like the biggest simp in America. She would have stalker allegations on him. This would be true. Nobody's pulling this stuff out anymore. These days are gone. These days died in around 2000. Okay, about 2000. Like, I could get away with this in 2003, maybe 2004, maybe 2005, where I can make a mix CD of a girl and all of that, and I could take her out and show up at her house with the boombox over my head. Okay, I could show up at her job with some flowers. Right? And the woman would be like, oh, wow, he's winning me over. He's growing on me. She's dating one other guy, and you're just the other guy in the picture. Maybe I'll give him a chance. Since social media, this is no fucking way. Look, she would screenshot all of his text messages and put it on her social media for clout to expose this guy. Hell no. All right, come on, man. She is fooling herself. Talking about this is what guys used to do to chase a girl down. Get rejected 3, 4, and 5 times, and then he just completely just coming after her. He just reared it up. All right, I'll not take no for an answer, ass bitch. She got mad dudes and options and dudes she done fucked. They got fucked and folded up and chucked. I can see her whole Instagram and all of her dudes that she put up on Facebook. Something serious. Okay, and then we're supposed to come out here and just be out here. Just give me a chance. Give me a chance. Those days are over. We just don't have this marketplace anymore. Okay, we don't have this marketplace. And they disrespect you to be sitting around at age 50 right here. Look at this right here, ladies. There's the eyes I talked about. This is exactly the eyes I talked about earlier. High arching eyebrows to overcompensate for the drooping eyelids to where you can only see a little bit of the eyeballs compared to this. Okay, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. All right, but they just expect you to be just as single, as lonely, and miserable as them. All right, but the problem is when they come outside, it's Sex in the City, it's Cosmos, it's nightclubs, it's girls' nights out, it's fun. All right, it's outings and trips and vacations and shopping sprees. And when they go home, then they be out here on the internet talking to the phone, talking about, guys, what's going on? I mean, with her gray roots coming in. Guys, seriously. Okay, and why aren't you stalking us? Right here, why aren't you stalking us? All right, her aunt was a dancer, and the Uncle Simp was a photographer.
My aunt was a dancer on a cruise ship, and he was the photographer. And he was persistent. She overheard him one night saying to his buddy, he was like, I'm gonna marry that girl. He had just met her. And now they're married, and they have 2 kids together. I don't hear anything like that now.
It's over.
We're praising eye contact. Now we're praising if a
Yeah, man almighty. Hey, guys, those days are gone. Ladies and gentlemen, they're gone. All right, in the last video, to really bring this point home, this is going to go into the cold approach. So the cold approach is, well, you know, the cold approach is something that people preach as a tactic to learn how to talk to women, which I'm not a big proponent of. You guys know I don't agree with that being the sole way that you reach women and learn to talk to them. I think you're going to learn how not to talk to women, or you might even learn what women you need to talk to. You might figure out who's in your fucking, who's in your league, if you will. Okay. Or who's on your level. You might figure that out. Maybe that's how you're going to learn the fastest. For young people, you're under 22. I think this could be an effective way because you have nothing else to use with your fake cologne and your fake gold chains and your fake goddamn lifestyle and your daddy's car. So you don't have anything to leverage. So this might be the only thing you have to use. So I can understand a younger person using this. But there are a lot of people that have an anxiety about approaching women and they're scared because they don't have leverage or abundance. So this becomes difficult for them. And then people then push them out there. Well, you got to do it. You got to do it. This is the only way you're going to learn. Now, from that point, I think then once you pass these ages, using cold approach as a sole tactic or a primary tactic, I start to disagree with. Because I said the women aren't being told how to respond properly to this game. When you're doing a mating ritual, there's normally a set of rules or unwritten rules to guide you, right? Let me just give you an example. When there was a time you had cotillion, all right, for the people that had cotillion. Cotillion is basically a social experiment for young people to learn how to operate in a social gathering, right? How to seat at a table, how to pull out a girl's chair, how to ask her for a dance, stand up when she goes to the restroom, sit down, put your napkin in your lap and not in your fucking, tuck it in your shirt, right? Your shirt collar. Like they're telling you, both the men and the women, how to properly communicate with each other. In the cold approach, there's no rules on the woman's side. She is the X factor. She's supposed to either she's supposed to be unsure. She can be direct. She can be indirect. She can lead you on. She has no rule. You're working around someone with no rule. In a cotillion, you have rules. She has a rule. She knows how to curtsy. She can politely bow. She can put butter on your bread first. She can offer you that. There's something she has to give in the mating ritual. In cold approach, you're telling men to go out there and the woman has nothing. She's just a fucking blank chalkboard. Okay? She's just a blank slate. And you're supposed to work around this shit like it's your job, which makes it disadvantage to you. You're walking up to just the X factor. Okay? So then you show up with your series of overcoming objections and overcoming rejections and this and that, and she gets to do whatever the fuck she wants. All right, she gets to just breeze walk past you. She gets to play coy. She gets to stop and be interested. She gets to stop and waste your time. She gets to not take your phone number. She gets to take your phone number. She gets to give you an Instagram. Like she could just fucking pull all the goddamn cords like this. All right. And the whole time you just juggling. I think it's foolish because they're not taught what they're supposed to do to get approached. They're just saying approach me and then you get what you get back. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, I got a man. Oh, I ain't interested. Or I am interested. I am interested. Here's my number. Here's my fake number. Here's my Instagram. Here's me not responding to your Instagram. I mean, this is just arbitrary. It is not a functional way to do it. Where the men have a series of rules. Men need to approach. Okay, but what do the women do during an approach? Well, I get to laugh at you. I get to blow you off. I get to make you chase. I get to scowl at you. I get to call for the police. You just never know. Just go ahead and try. This is why I think after a while, a mature man will see through the bullshit. This isn't the best way to spend my time, all right, because there's just too much to worry about. We're going to play a video of a man talking to two women. All three of these people don't look like they're in an active dating marketplace. Some of them look like they've been off the marketplace for quite a long time, which then you have that element, people that aren't dating, telling people how to date. I think that's problematic as well. Okay. You're not even in the current marketplace to date, and you're telling people what to do with dating. All right. You're just going to tell someone to do something from 2006. All right. So let's go to this guy.
Why I don't approach.
All right. So we'll give you the people. All right, person number one is this Karen. All right, so she obviously looks like she hasn't been fucked hard in a long time or dated. All right, she's running out here with something stuck to her forehead. Okay, that's the person number one. You also have in this conversation the second person, which looks like possibly the daughter of the woman. They're both redhead or fair-haired or strawberry blonde. She looks young, and she looks like a plain Jane, Muskrat Central. And then you have this guy right here. Yes. The cool white doofus. This definitely probably reeks of some old pickup artist. All right, he still can't let the fucking Fonz hair go, you know what I mean? But he's going to be the proponent that tells us that men are avoiding cold approaching or approaching women because. All right, so these three people are going to give us some wonderful insight. These are normies, by the way. And the normies are having the conversation about 15 years too late. All right, but because of the space, the men's spaces, the people now have something to talk about. Okay, they have to now talk about this, but we've over-talked about this already. And men have figured out the juice is not worth the squeeze. So let's start with these three individuals. Here we go.
Type of woman who is sick of not getting approached, so I approach men. Like, y'all have seen me out in the wild. You get me to sniff a little bit of tequila, and I'm out approaching a group of like 10 guys out at a bar. Because that's how you meet people. Because I just don't understand why... If I, as a woman, can get rejected by a man, like, it is so much better to get rejected by a woman. We are so nice 9 times out of 10.
I don't know if that's true. And there are some women that really take a lot of pride in belittling dudes and really being mean.
That can't be the majority.
I wouldn't risk it. I just don't have I wouldn't have had the confidence to risk it. I think men are in a weird spot right now, and young men are in a weird spot right now, that they don't want to come anywhere near sniffing, feeling like they're being perceived as creepy. So they're not exactly sure what their role is anymore. And then when young men talk about it, I feel like a lot of times they are met by women going, "Oh, welcome to our world for our entire life."
Let's freeze it right there. That is the perfect freeze right there. Look at that right here. Okay, so I agree with bruh. I agree with bruh in the fact that probably represents 50% of men. At least 50% of eligible men from the age of, let's just say 16, 18 to 30. He just described that. Like, he's like, I ain't buying that bullshit. Because a woman said, I'm out here approaching men. All right, that plain Jane. This woman right here. This woman's like, here, you see me in the wild. Oh, you must be a wild thing. And she been a slut baby since she was 13. But that's neither here or there. All right, but because men aren't approaching her, the type of men, the type of chads that wants her, she approaches the chads at the bars and clubs. Then the nerd guy comes back and say, well, you know what? These women aren't so nice when they reject you, right? Which is an issue. Okay, a lot of people can deal with rejection. It's what type of rejection are you getting? Let's take it back, right? Because this is important. I know people will say, well, do you have to worry about all that? A real man don't worry. Okay, we're not talking about what a real man should do. Remember this, the humiliation.
You're more black. And his first reaction to the first picture was, whoa. And then I sent my mom pictures, and she was just laughing emojis.
Yeah. See that? This right here. You see that? Now, we do have let me see here. Goodness gracious. Let me see here. She definitely got the makeup here. Let me get right here. Let's see here. See here. Give me a second. She looking kind of like this woman right here. All right. She looking dead on. Like, hold up for a second. Am I tripping? Yeah, it's getting to that point, y'all. It's getting to that point. Life is imitating art. Life is definitely imitating art. Okay, but the guy just talked about this. This is important. The guys just talk about this. Yeah, the women aren't so nice when they reject. Oh, this is not true. And he was like, yeah, it's true. Most women, when they reject, they ain't nice. And even this little giggle, you approach a group of women and you say something and then, you know, you walk away and they giggle and they do this type of thing. Now, that doesn't mean that they didn't like you. It doesn't mean that was an all-out rejection. It just means that giggle was a uncomfortable conversation, and sometimes people laugh. This isn't an all-out, oh, you're a piece of shit, I can't believe he approached us. It could mean that. The guy could take it as that. And many of us have been in these situations where we approached a woman and we got this back. But the women are like, oh, but I meant no harm. I was just, you know, nervous. I was shy. I was uncomfortable. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready for the approach. You caught me off guard. We were just at a girls' night. You have to understand, they'll figure out a way to say why they have this type of response. But this type of response, you get this as a man 5, 10, 15, 20 times. You'll learn real fast that you don't want that. Okay, I'm not going to subject myself to this. Okay, so this is what the guy's saying. Yeah, the responses are disrespectful. I said this earlier. In a cotillion, men and women have a responsibility. In cold approach, the woman has no responsibility. She gets to do whatever she wants. The man has all of this. All right, you got to get rejected and keep coming back and fighting and chasing the dangle carrot. And she gets to just play coochie games. And then when the guy walks off, why didn't he try? Why these guys don't try? Oh, they want us to chase him. So this is where the problem is. We just don't have something where people have a responsibility on both sides. Oh, his ego too fragile. Oh, he can't face the rejection. Oh, he's scared. Oh, it wasn't that mean. Oh, he was just too soft. But I'm going to tell you, man, and as a man who have dealt with black women, approaching black women, a lot of men don't date black women, namely because they hard to approach. Okay, this is why black community typically comes up with you need game, because approaching them is like approaching a stone wall. Okay, and much of what they're going to do back is they're going to be like, oh, I'm sick of these. Oh, I'm sick of these niggas approaching us. Because what niggas will do is approach the not so attractive black women, right, first, and they'll approach them 100 times, whereas the attractive women will get approached 5 times. And it doesn't matter what race the woman is. Most women that get approached are the easiest targets. So what'll happen is she'll be frustrated and she'll go from place to place to place, and there's a new guy just jumping out at her. And so by the time you jump out at her, she's hitting you with the, what, nigga, what? Can I just go to work? Can I just keep it? Can I? So that's what the guy was saying, which would be a negative rejection. That would be a negative reaction to a rejection, where the women were like, oh, most of us don't do this. Trust me. And by the way, these are women that never have to approach women. As a man, you approach a woman many times, you're going to find that you are going to get enough data as to how they're reacting to you, whether you don't have game, you don't have a good rhythm, you didn't start the conversation off, it wasn't the right thing, she was frustrated, she was at her job, you were in the passenger seat of your homeboy's ride, you were in the car honking the horn, she was, studying, I was just studying, I was just here to buy a drink, I was just dancing, I didn't want to be approached. But guys should approach me. When? I'm not at a bar. I don't date guys at bars. So you have to figure out when she can be approached. I'm just at the grocery store. This is not the best time to approach. Then guys will tell you the best time to approach is when you're at the grocery store. So there's this unwritten rule. There's no rules. It's just chaos. And we have this. Oh, these were the guys at the dating event. Oh, they were all losers. And we took pictures of them and showed them on our Facebook. Okay, so going back to the guy of what he's saying, and she ain't feeling it, and you're going to find out why. Yeah, I'm at the gym. Oh, the best place to approach women are at the gym. So you go to the gym and approach a woman. Can I just work out here? Never approach women at the gym. Okay. Then she says, oh, I met my last boyfriend. He approached me at the gym. It's kind of one of these things that, again, it's just chaos. There's no prescription. There's no responsibility on the male and the woman's side. The responsibility is all with the woman, the male, and the woman gets to come up with whatever reaction she wants to. Okay, are we on the same page? Are we in agreement? We're not talking about how to become better at this skill. We're just talking about what people are presented with. All right, now, this woman is not feeling him because he says, well, most of us are getting rejected pretty badly out here, which discourages us. Okay? Remember, that's the point.
When it come anywhere near sniffing, feeling like they're being perceived as creepy. So they're not exactly sure what their role is anymore. And then when young men talk about it, I feel like a lot of times they are met by women going, oh, welcome to our world for our entire lives. So kind of we're not talking about it in an authentic way.
I do think the creep argument is a little bit of a cop-out because I feel like the female equivalent is desperate. You know how many guys have probably thought that I was desperate or thirsty because I approached them and I made the first move?
I'm in the same boat as Abby. I find the creepy thing like a cop-out, and I feel like then it's like blaming women as to why I don't approach you. It's your fault.
Sorry about that, but yeah, basically she's saying,
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
all right, I hit the enlargement button. Ladies, you can always hit my enlargement button too. It's a cop-out. Being called creepy is a cop-out. Yo. Yo. Being called creepy is a cop-out. It's blaming women. Man, bruh. Hey, this is what I tell you, man. This is what I tell you. I'm going to be in this job for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going nowhere. Because the dating and relationship marketplace is FUBAR. It's effed up beyond all repair. I know you guys are quietly confident that this is going to just smooth itself out without much interaction, and we're just going to need a couple podcasts and a couple of understandings. I'm here for good. I have job security because nobody wants to take accountability for their actions. The guy, as best as he possibly could, said, well, ladies, I don't know. There are some men that think that you guys are ruthless out here and they don't want to be labeled a creep or thirsty or approaching at the wrong time, or they should have known, or you're on your period, and or you want to play the, oh, I don't know why he's approaching me. Why you want my name? Why you want my number? Why you want me? Okay. So this is all a game that she gets to play. Why you want my number? All right. Or she'll give you the number. What do you want my number for? And then they said, well, all right, I hear yours, but we ain't taking that fucking blame. That you ain't blaming us.
It's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
They out here on a free hookup marketplace and a sell pussy marketplace, and they running around here like it ain't our fault. The men just have to man up. Right? That's a cop-out. That's a cop-out. It's the same as calling me desperate when I have to approach. And ma'am, you're desperate. Take a look at this woman. All right, come on, ma'am. A cop-out. Man, we are good. Ma'am, we are good. I'm not going anywhere. All right, I'm going to have relevancy and input to tell you that this marketplace is not going to improve anytime soon. As a whole, as a system, it ain't going to improve. There's no way. With both of these people not even coming to the agreement on the simplest procedures as meeting for a dating event and cold approaching a woman in public. Oh, ladies, are you in agreement with these women here? If you agree, fine with me. Listen, agreeing with them does me a favor. Agreeing with them only makes my job security that much better.
equivalent is desperate. You know how many guys have probably thought that I was desperate or thirsty because I approached them and I made the first move?
I'm in the same boat as Abby. I find the creepy thing like a cop out, and I feel like then it's like blaming women as to why I don't approach you. It's your fault. And are those instances out there? Probably, but on the whole, it's like we should have common sense. Not everybody does, but we should have common sense.
I think you guys are doing a healthy share of woman-splaining this morning, saying that you're not really giving a lot of credibility to guys and this sort of attitude that we don't want to be perceived as creepy. Because I'm telling you, as a guy, this is exactly how they feel.
But I also feel like I'm tired of being blamed as that's the reason why you're not approaching, that it's our fault.
I can't tell you which came first, the chicken or the egg in this situation, but
man, look at this. So he even had to come back and smooth it out. He was like, hey, listen, I'm don't shoot the messenger. He's like, I'm good. This is where the dating coaches come in. Oh, man, we can really help these guys out. No, you can't, because you're only helping the guy. I've been saying for a long time, this requires the women to have responsibility in this. They have to. And these two women just said we want no responsibility in this. It's the guy. All right, we get to do what the fuck we want out here. We can reject. Yeah, some of us do it, and none of this and that and that. It takes both people. And he came back with it and said, I'm just telling you and relaying you what we're hearing out here, where guys have checked out, guys that don't want any a part of this. You guys are calling them creepy. You're recording them. You're putting their faces on the internet. You're taking their DMs and you're screenshotting them. And these men are being humiliated. By the way, I'm going to show you an example of this because I have to. You're doing this, and then you're saying, oh, we shouldn't care about this. And I'm saying this is why cold approach will not be this. It's not going to be the thing that works. Even if the women are saying we want men to approach, it ain't going to be the thing that men are going to start to do because women ask for it. Okay, let me show you this real quick because this is important in the conversation. I'll do the super chats. Let's see here. I can't remember this woman's name. See if I can get her name here. Oh, I got her name here. Her name is Dr. And this woman's been talked about here in this space. I did a couple of videos of her. And this woman is basically a witch 304 type woman. Her name is Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She has been, she's a pretty attractive black woman. So, but her being a doctor has been called into question. She definitely been on the carousel. We know this. And she's single at 40 plus. And she thinks she has all the answers. But she just been on the cock carousel, right? But this is an example of what we just talked about. Apparently, recently, in the last few days, Offset the rapper, is he the one that was with Cardi B? I can't remember. Apparently jumped in Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's DMs. But he jumped in there for what he says is professional help because she's supposed to be out here getting help and getting exposure. Now, we don't know, but that's what he said. Let me show you here. Let's show you here what the DM said. Let's see here. I can barely read the shit. Okay, so there it is. It says, mention you in their story. Story unavailable. There's Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's DM. Then Offset types here in the purple. Can we have a convo? Professional. She says, absolutely. Okay, we see this right here. This is an example of what we were just talking about. So let's just say Offset wanted to have a personal, professional conversation with her. Okay, it's on the up and up. He typed it. He wants a professional conversation. Okay, but let's just say he was sneaky sniping, where he was trying to sneak his way in to get the punani. Either way, this would be a cold approach, all right? And for all intents and purposes, this would be a cold approach. What does she do? She screenshots it and exposes this nigga on the internet. Gentlemen and ladies, I rest my case. First of all, as a professional, are you exposing your clients on the internet? You got to be the most shittiest doctor in humanity. Let's say he eventually was trying to get in there and get the panties. You still screenshotted it and exposed them on the internet. This is exactly why men are not cold approaching you whores. I mean, what the fuck more proof do you need? It's like, what? Even professionally, we can't keep our shit a secret. You gonna chase clout. This is why I tell you as CGA, I can't be in girls' DMs. I can't. I have to be behind a paywall doing my damage. I can't be on Tinder and Bumble. I can't be jumping in girls' DMs. I can't be sending them text messages and shit with all this detailed shit about me wanting to choke them and beat them and impregnated them. Like, this is absolutely pathetic. This is exactly why men tuck their tail and go, damn, okay, I can't trust these hoes. All right, I can't trust them. They just running their mouth. Oh, not all women do that. Okay, but which one are? Can we section the women that are going to do it over here? Because this is what we're talking about. Let's just say he was trying to cold approach her and he used this as to get in. Why is she screenshotting it and putting it on the internet? That's crazy. This is crazy. As a professional, it's over the line. As a interpersonal relationship, even if he wanted to get in her pants, why is she leaking these DMs? This is why men are not cold approaching. This is why men are not going to dating events. This is why 50% of men are checked out. Never mind, we're good. And they keep saying, well, come on, I ain't going to do it. Come on. And then one does it here, one does it here. You get it done to you. You get all these unpolite responses. They laugh at you. They post your face and say, look at these guys, all these short guys on the internet at this dating event. And then they go and laugh at you. This is why guys aren't doing it. And they have stopped doing it for years. Can I conclude with this point? Okay. There was this guy that went viral this weekend, while I was in Europe. I didn't get a chance to talk about him because the kind of viral sensation is dying down, but the story is now gaining some more legs. He apparently is a content creator that had this morning routine. I don't know who he is. He looks slightly familiar, like I've seen some post of him before, but I really don't know. I can't tell you what his name is, to be honest, but I do know he's in that Miami Brickle audience. And his lifestyle kind of looked like it. He was a very fit black man, muscular, pause. He was putting his face in water, and a lot of haters, man. A lot of haters. He had this morning routine thing where he's trying to demonstrate that he's up early in the morning, obviously demonstrating this type of thing. He had a girl with him, looks like a white girl or a Latina. You can barely just see her serving him. And he was professionally dressed. He looks like he was doing some sort of crypto podcasting or something like that. His name is Austin Hall. He looks familiar. I just don't know who he is. Now, here's the strange thing about this. This is, again, proving my point. A lot of haters, man, because it looked like he was trying to show, this is my morning routine, and he's doing a whole bunch of nothing. People were saying he's a scammer. People had some shit to say about him. And I was kind of like, this is weird. I found it a little bit motivating. I wouldn't put a video out like that. All right, but I thought looks like he's got something going on in his life. Here's the thing. I saw a video today that apparently, and I don't want to put his bad business out here, apparently he is getting evicted from his place that you saw on the video. I don't know if this is new or what, but somebody put out a video that he was facing an eviction. And the eviction was not for payment. All right, not for payment of rent or lack of payment of rent. The eviction was that he might have duplicated a key, which violated the lease thing here, that he might have had girls coming in and he wasn't supposed to duplicate the electronic key. Let me see if I can pull up the video for people who don't know. Let me see here. Morning routine viral video. Morning routine guy. Okay, let's see if I found the video here. I'm going to tell you what happened here. All right, so this is the video. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe you can't see it. All right, can you guys see that? That's the video. So this is the video of it. And to me, I just saw a lot of haters. All right, I just saw lots of haters, man, because look, he ain't a bad looking guy. He's muscular. He looks like he has a routine that's working. He looks like he has a nice place. He had a woman. I mean, what more do we? He got a hairline, like nigga. Like, I mean, like what more? Like, what we mad at him for? I mean, I think the video was kind of like, it had a little cringe taste to it, but I was like, I've seen worse videos. I've seen worse videos of a morning routine. That wasn't the worst, but I just saw a lot of haters. I was like, damn, bro. Like, damn, nobody can come out here and say you doing nothing right. All right, but I'm like, he fit. He was all lean and ripped. So then there's a video out that somebody done went behind the scenes and pulled up this eviction, and it was related to him duplicating a key. But they had a description of him in the eviction letter. Okay, and I don't know if the eviction is going through. We're just saying it. They had a description of him. They said the rent was $17,000 a month, which was a lot. He wasn't getting evicted for failure for payment, so he's making a $17,000 a month payment successfully at this place. So he's got to be doing something right. He's got to have some money. I find it to be a little motivating. All right, I was like, this is pretty good. But it also had a description of the guy. And it says the guy was 5'5". Okay, 5'5". Now, obviously, the way he records himself, you cannot determine that. I believe he was also a former college athlete. And they start putting up his career stats, which were minimal. But he had a couple of career highlights where they did show him scoring touchdowns. But in the description, it said 5'5" as his physical characteristics. Now, if you thought the hate was wild for him from the video, the hate went nuts. So then the women started going in there hating, and they started laughing. Okay, they started going crazy. And I look, 5'5", that would be a shock to me. But me being a highly challenged person, I don't know. But he played at Division I. I think he played Division II football at least. But the description said 5'5". It could be a typo. But the women were going crazy in the comment. 5'5", I screamed, I cringed. Wow, this is crazy. His voice don't match his body. They started going crazy. Which then made me say again, in relationship to this conversation, this is exactly why men do not put themselves out there and chase for these women. This is exactly, what more do you need today as a man? Like, what more? What more? Like, dude, they are looking. Somebody once said this. They are on a disqualification. They're on a mission. I can't remember who said it. But they're not a mission to qualify. They're on a mission to find the one thing that they don't like and exaggerate that shit. Right? And pull it out as a means to just hang you with it. Somebody give me the right term on this one. This is how you deal with American women. And trust me, I've been internationally. I've been in almost all the continents. It's not like this. It is not like this. I was just in Europe with some tall ass Russians and Moroccan chicks and white women. All of them were taller than me. Nobody had a problem. Disqualification tour. In America, they are coming out here to find the one thing, and they take that one thing and they go crazy about it, humiliate with you, and then wonder why you don't keep coming back to ask for them. Like, ask for them, ask for our hand and chase us and chase the dangling carrot. So they're running around here like, wow, he's 5'5". Oh, he a loser. He lame. This nigga got a $17,000 piece of real estate that he's paying. He's got a woman. He's lean and ripped. He's somewhat wealthy for at least the moment. He seems like he's disciplined. He ain't out here committing crimes. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But boom. Oh, we found it. 5'5". This is why men are not engaging with women. And of course, women have their own issues that they can discuss on their platforms. But this is why when the Fawn said this, well, you know, these women are not as nice out here. And the other women like, well, you're blaming us. I feel like just a few of us are not nice, but the rest of us are. The reality is, no, most of us, when we approach a woman, okay, even myself, because I don't cold approach as a tactic, but if somebody's around and I see something, I might stop for a minute, but I'm very conscious of what I'm doing. I approach a woman and these bitches stop like a deer in headlights. You're walking alongside them bitches just, and you finally say hi and they're like, hi. Yeah. Then they go back home and say, well, that was a sign that I was nervous and I was interested in you. You like, so they'll go jump on the internet. Well, that means I really liked you. And I was so surprised that, you know, you talked to me that I didn't know what to say. So I was lost for words, and you should have really kind of just worked with me and dug all of that out. And I did, bitch. I said, and you were standing like this, and I was like, hey, how are you? I don't mean to scare you. You mind for a short conversation? Great. All right, I'm headed to a meeting. I just wanted to have an opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Gregorio. And they be like, hi. Give you the wet noodle and shit. You like, oh, bitch. Okay, you like, all right, this is going to be one of these bitches. All right, yeah, what's your name? All right, good. And yes, you're 21 years old. Your age just right here. And then now you got to fumble and flop around and, you know, hey, listen, go ahead and put your number in my phone. No, I don't get my number out. All right, what about WhatsApp? Oh, that's still my number, right? Instagram? Oh, Instagram. All right, here, let me find it and shit. Oh, my Lord. You fumbling and jumbling and stumbling around. Or they walk away. They just walking. They just keep walking. Yeah, how's it going? Oh, bitch. Okay, all right. I'm supposed to chase you now. Hi. Yeah, I just want to keep up with you. And then, oh, hi, I'm fine. All right. Yeah. Why don't men approach? Why don't men approach? We're not that bad. And this is how they treat you. This is why I tell you, they can do whatever they want. And it's qualified as, hey, that's just how we act. You're just going to have to deal with it. You're just going to have to put up with the third degree. What do you do? Where do you work? You probably live with your mama. How old are you? And what do you do? Where's your hairline at? And then they're supposed to be like, oh, guys should just put up with this. Let me tell you, dudes are not going to do this all day long. Now, there could be dudes that will do this, which is going to be the next problem. The dudes that do this are going to be the exact guys that you don't want to be with. Them the guys that's going to cheat on you. They have an abundance of hoes. They don't have no scarcity mindset. They going to fuck you and cheat on you, pump and dump, play your ass like a fiddle. So the guys that do have these wherewithal to be able to say, hey, man, I don't care about this. I don't care about rejection. I don't care about the deer in headlights. I got time, bitch. All right, yep, give me your Instagram DMs. And he going to be in there all night just playing your ass like a fiddle. And then when it doesn't work out with him, all these guys ain't shit. Because you end up going with the guy that just got time to deal with this bullshit. He got a pimp and hoes degree, and he running all of them games on you. And then you end up with the same 20 dudes in the area because they end up putting up with your bullshit. They end up putting up with this shit and not caring. All right. They got an abundance and they don't give a fuck about the rejection and they don't give a fuck about your goofy ass game. They on to the next. Okay. All right. And then these guys tell other guys, hey, it's working for me. So you should do this too. But meanwhile, I got to go to work in the morning. All right. I don't have time to be up all night with your ass and playing games. All right. Anyway, let me do the super chats on there. I think that will be it for today. I did have some more show, but we'll save some show for later. All right, we'll save some show for later. But yeah, getting a girl's DM, I mean, dude, I mean, getting her Instagram is a L. Okay, that's not the way to do it. But guys do it, and they find success doing it. Listen, I'm not gonna say I wouldn't do it, but you're setting yourself up for failure. That's going to be a recipe for disaster. And most people will just say, hey, you know, it's going to be somebody that you double and triple text. But now she has evidence of you in this communication. She's going to screenshot it. We've already showed you that women have no scruples when it comes to this part of the game. They will clout chase. Okay, right there. They'll clout chase. They'll just go out there and put your whole shit out here. Okay? Just to show you how important I am. And then use that to elevate her own self. Look at these guys. Oh, by the way, my Instagram pretty much tells on myself and gives up way too much personal information. So I'm definitely not going to initiate through Instagram. All right. It gives my information, how many cars I got, a dog, all that shit. So I'm leading with that. Yeah, that could help me. But that could also be, okay, look, I'm going to screenshot this. This the dude that be on YouTube all day talking about men's and women's issues, but here he is caking for me here he is chasing pussy, double, triple texting me on Instagram. Not me. Not me. You ain't gonna catch you ain't caught me out here yet. There ain't been one girl expose my text messages yet. Okay? Because I'm out here texting them. All right, but I'm very businesslike when I text. Women be like, damn, you so unemotional when you text. Because you ain't screenshot my shit. All right, when you talk to me, it's going to be with instructions. It's going to be to set up something. And it's going to be hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? When are we seeing each other? What time, what date? Be there, on my way, 5 minutes late, 5 minutes early. Be here, that's it. It ain't going to be all this. Let me do this and let me eat that cat and let me stick that toe and stick the toe in your mouth and let me fill up your guts. I like choking and beating Nah, it ain't gonna be none of that. Anyway, it ain't gonna be none of that shit. Did you enjoy it? Did you make it home? Good. See you next week, bitch. That's what my text messages look like. It ain't gonna be no long ass conversations where you gonna have my shit looking like Andrew Tate. Okay. You ain't gonna have my shit looking like this. Allegedly. Talking about I want to beat you and choke you and then impregnate you. All right. I don't have no text that exists like this in the last 10 years. All right. But y'all don't want to listen to me. All right. Y'all want to listen to somebody else. All right. Go ahead. All right. We're going to get through all these super chats. Thank you for being patient, man. But I had to get to this show and chase these Mitches off. Big Boss Man says, if Jubilee did a single mom versus married men, if Jubilee did a single man versus married men episode, would you join in for a fat check? He says to represent for single men. I would. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Is that a proposition? I'll do it. I'll get out there with on them fat married men. Our brother man, Craigsman says, hey coach, are you a breast or ass kind of guy? He says also, what's your philosophy about God? Apparently the Jewish community are the chosen ones. Isn't Dr. Umar a black Israelite? Shout out to you. I'm more of a ass guy. All right. Even if it's pancakes. All right. The breasts are nice, but there's only so much. Like you can have raisin titties as far as I'm concerned. All right. Or you can have big old melons. All right. I don't really care about that. I ain't gotta be a guy with big old titties. And yeah. But I gotta have something on the legs area. I'm legs and thighs, man. Legs and thighs. And feet. All right, and feet. Legs, thighs, and feet. That's where I'm gonna be at. Down in that lower half of the lower torso. By the way, the Jewish people, according to them, are the chosen people. So Dr. Umar, I'm not sure if he's an Israelite. He's a I don't know if he's an Israelite. Is he? All right, that would be news to me. I don't think he's an Israelite. Shout out to Wally, 1 billionaire, embracing the free agent lifestyle for life. I'm leveling up my career, building 7 streams of income, and turning past choices into lessons that fuel my future. Let's go. Let's get after it, man. That's what we're doing here. Steven says they put us on house arrest during COVID. There are more guns than people in this country, but not one shot was fired. He says we aren't going to do anything. We are too comfortable for now. There will not be a revolution, all right? Because, guys, we're going to get snitched out. Okay? You're going to get snitched out. All right. COVID told us all we needed to know about what could happen when one shit wants to happen. All right. So y'all think y'all going to have a revolution and we going to, no, bro. COVID showed us that y'all cowards on a flying goddamn virus, supposed to be flying around off people's spittle, that y'all is going to tuck tail and run. Okay. Y'all gonna stay at home. Y'all ain't gonna bust one fruit in a great fight. I got zero confidence in the people of America to do anything right for themselves and by themselves. So fuck y'all and all of y'all bullshit talk and all of this, the Matrix, and we gonna expose. You ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. All right, that's what and I've been telling y'all that for how many years? You ain't gonna do shit. We gonna expose the Matrix and we gonna fight the power and you ain't gonna do a damn thing, period. And do not get me all armed up and have my goddamn military equipment and my damn cargo pants and extra magazine clips ready to go for you coward ass niggas that's gonna tuck tail. I told you this about the black community. Y'all ain't gonna do shit. All right. And you ain't never gonna do shit. You ain't gonna be no revolution, no 40 acres and a mule, nothing. You're gonna sit there and you're gonna cooperate and you're gonna be outside the system looking in. That's what the hell you're gonna do. Now, if you don't like it, you show me something different. You're going to talk shit and swallow spit. That's about the extent about what y'all going to do out here. Right? COVID done show me I will depend on none of you cowards talking shit on the internet about what y'all going to do. Y'all watch Joe Biden do 4 fucking years and drown y'all ass in a whole series of bullshit. Open up the border, and y'all didn't do nothing but wait for Trump to get elected, and then now y'all sent for him to fucking perform a miracle. We don't need another hero. Y'all watched him do all kind of shit on you for 4 years, and he was eating ice cream in your face, and you did zip. All right, so zip it with all your tough talk on the internet. Zip it with all your tough talk on the internet. Y'all ain't gonna do shit out here. All them guns and you ain't gonna shoot one. And don't come out here and take that as a challenge. You ain't gonna do shit out here but talk shit on the internet and act like you know shit. Right? Anyway, period. Talking all that shit on Twitter and in my comment section like you gonna do something. You ain't gonna do jack shit. They gonna put your shit out faster than they gonna put out a fire. All right, real quick, they're going to throw a blanket on your ass and you're going to be hemmed up and thrown in the gulag. Right here. They didn't went ravage. Them Venezuelans went ravage your neighborhood and y'all didn't do shit but show up in Chicago at the town hall meeting. Y'all didn't do a damn thing. They took over all your apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado and told you it wasn't even happening. And y'all punk ass people didn't do shit. I ain't standing behind all your tough talk. I ain't standing behind all your tough talk. All you men, you cowards, are just tough talking on the internet behind avatars. You ain't gonna do shit. All right, that's it. Period. Edwin. All you pro-blacks, I done saw y'all for 40 years. Talk shit about what you was going to do. We was going to have a revolution in 1995. We was going to have Armageddon with Public Enemy and Ice Cube. And y'all didn't bust a grape in the fruit fight. Y'all threw a brick on one white trucker and nothing else happened. So sit y'all asses down. Y'all had a 1 million man march and 850,000 ninjas showed up. And then the women jumped on the stage and nothing happened. So look, shut the fuck up. You ain't going to do nothing. You ain't going to expose nothing. And even if they told you what they was doing to you flat on in their face, which they are, you still ain't going to do shit. All right. So keyboard warrior, you cowards talking about the Matrix trying to get them and you using their plan and it's working. Shut your ass up. Shut up with that bullshit talk. Do not bring that Matrix shit over here. That Andrew Tate Matrix shit. Take that shit back to the stove. That shit don't fly up over here, bro. I am not one of his disciples. He should be following me. All right. I will set his life fucking straight. All right. But he ain't want to listen to me. All right. But I damn sure ain't about to listen to any goddamn thing he has to tell me. All right. That's definitely ain't going to happen. All right. What the fuck? I'm going to listen to him. This ninja ain't even 40 yet. He ain't even 40 years old. What the hell can he tell me about life? All right, nothing. Zero. There's nothing I'm going to listen to him. Let me sit down and see what he's got to say. None. Maybe if he told me how to do a kick in kickboxing, I might listen to that shit. All right, but that about it. All right. All right, the fuck? All right, anyway. Did you act like I was supposed to be listening to him? All right, why? He got millions of followers, so? I guarantee you he's not even 40 yet. Let me look it up. 38. Bruh, there's nothing he could tell me. None. There's zero at 38 that he about to tell me. There's zero he about to. He could tell me how to make a chess move, but with women in life, none. All right, zip. We can share some notes. We can share some notes, nigga. But I'm top king on that motherfucking shit. He can learn from me. I can't learn shit from him. All right, maybe he can tell me how to make a chess move or something. All right, but guys, you guys got to realize, bro, you looking at the motherfucking one. You looking at the one, man. And I hate to say that, and I don't want to belittle another man, but y'all be trying to come in here and put motherfuckers over me. I'm 49, 50 years old. Ain't shit that anybody in this space can tell me that I ain't experienced first motherfucking hand. None. I'm telling you, man. None. He ain't experienced in life what I experienced. I ain't been in a joint. But I'm not following him. I'm not his disciple. Never gonna be. I definitely ain't following nobody 38. Okay? Come on, bruh. Y'all weirdos for that shit. You looking at the one. You looking at the one and only. I got more experience in life that can take you to the promised land. You can't put nobody above me. You can't put nobody above me. You can try, but you have to come up with a reason why. You ain't got no reason. All right, come on, brothers. You guys need to wake up. And y'all watching me for 4 hours, steady hating on me. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Let me see what we got here. We still got some brothers that need to acknowledge me, but stay watching me, man. Stay watching me. Y'all gonna realize, hey, man, there's gonna be a lot of people that come and go. I'm gonna still be right here. Y'all gonna see them come and go. I want you to realize this, because I'm gonna trigger y'all now. Watch this. You have seen people in this space come and go. I'm still here. And not only am I here, I still got a very relevant audience. I got an audience that you guys would love to have. You would fucking have a wet dream. It ain't the biggest audience, but it's consistent. People have come and go. Y'all will see niggas get arrested, die, red pillars dying early like a motherfucker, niggas getting cases, and I'm still here. People get married. They can't keep up the charade. They can't stay out of jail. This is going to be a showcase to show you people it only matters who's standing at the end. Last man standing wins. At some point, I'm going to be all you got. I don't want to tell you this, but at some point, not many people will be left. Most people credibility is fucking in the gutter in this space. In the gutter. And in the last people to stay, people have come and go. People have quit YouTube. They didn't went to get a job. And at the end, it matters who stands last and who survives. All of your heroes gonna be washed or dead or locked the fuck up at the end of the day. The people you claim are gonna be supposed to be over me, I'm supposed to be hating on, they ain't even gonna be here to speak. Just keep watching. Just keep watching, bruh. They ain't even gonna be here to even keep up a case for themselves. Y'all niggas gonna be writing 4-page letters and then closing it with a kiss. Niggas are gonna be writing letters to the pen to their heroes. You writing letters to the grave and sending flowers to graves, and I'm still fucking here. Just think about that shit for a second. If you haven't learned this yet, you better learn it now. Because this keeps showing you this every fucking week and year. And you keep coming over here acting like there's somebody gonna stand longer than me. They will not. I prove this every day, every year. You can say this and that about who the fuck you want. At the end of the day, I might be the last one standing here, free and alive. You looking at him. So you better appreciate you. You better appreciate me while you got me here. Because you probably ain't going to have very much left by the time they get done with this fucking space. Oh, my goodness. Ooh, wee. Ooh, wee. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to y'all. Oh, I said we had to get one of them dudes out here, man. Nah, we can't have these dudes out here. We can't have you hate watching me and then voicing your malcontent in here, man. This is the sole survivor. The sole survivor. Shout out to Jones G says, even Proverbs 31:3 tells men, don't waste your strength on women, LOL. He says, listen, I listen to CGA, gentlemen. Never chase these 304s. Respect due. Okay? Right there, man. Never chase. Don't give your strength. It tells you do not chase women. Let alone try to pimp them. All right? Y'all literally try to put pimps and fucking metaphiles over CGA. I refuse. I refuse, guys. I refuse to do this. Do not do this to me. All right, shout out to Joshua Moon, gratitude coach. And Gregory Benjamin Smith says, all I'm hearing is straight L's, the Undertaker music. Yes, indeed, they's taking L's, but they're going to blame it on us. Mr. Executive Q, the exec. Coach woke up like Manchurian Candidate. Shout out to you. Coach woke. Yes, she says woke. Right there. Coach woke us up like Manchurian Candidates. Okay, I'm trying to help y'all. Trying to help y'all. Chris Mack says, why aren't you stalking me, CGA? Be more assertive. 100%. Stalk us. Be more assertive. Shout out to Bobby Trauma. Here's a couple. Shout out to women who are supple like a real lady. Shout out to Maurice. The Roach is in the building. Support. I got a lot of people to get through out here. Shout out to y'all for being patient. Are we at the 4-hour mark? No, we aren't. My man said, meanwhile, Tate over there minding his business. No, he ain't. This motherfucking meeting with lawyers and fighting cases. Let's get it right. All right? I'm not trying to hate on the guy. It's you guys trying to simp for the guy and bootlick him. You think this motherfucker gets a good night's sleep? He don't. All right? He might tell you he getting a good night's sleep, and I can tell you for him, he don't get a good night's sleep. I won't trade his fucking life for mine in a goddamn country minute. All right? This nigga fighting cases. Not one, but 15. This nigga waking up in the middle of his sleep in cold sweats. Don't fuck with me. I'm going to tell you how this man shit works. I can speak for him. This nigga waking up in cold sweats, talking about he minding his business. This nigga reading court cases and records, and he's spending your motherfucking money on attorneys. Get the fuck out of my face. All right? I ain't trying to diss the man, but I'm trying to tell you what he dealing with. Nigga ain't slept one fucking wink in I don't know how long. Fuck out of here. This nigga sweating bullets when he fucking go to sleep. Fuck out of here. All right. Looking at the rest of his life in the hole. All right. That's what he fighting, whether he guilty or not. You think he fucking you think he chilling? He ain't chilling. Shout out to Jahari, says salute to coach. It's opening day of baseball. Shout out to the Dodgers, future champions again. All right. This ninja drinking 15 cup of coffee so he don't wake up in a reality check. Okay. Fuck out of here, bruh. Hey, man, shout out to H every day. How dare you call these bish a doctor? He says a grown woman blasting screenshots of Pookie rappers, coach. You more of a real doctor with proven skills and results that have worked and work for women too. He says, hey, listen, women won't get it. They will get in line and suck the diddlesnick as long as they don't look like a fool to their friends and get compensated on the way out. Men must work till you come out the other side to where you don't have to work or have people work for you. Ninja is boss up. All right, it's boss up out here, man. Have y'all ever had a lawsuit? Let me tell you, man, you don't want that work. Not only do you not want that work, you don't want any federal agencies behind you. Okay. I actually had to once counsel a guy, and he's a well-known guy. He said he wanted to be Casanova. I'm like, bruh, see, this is why I have to talk to you men. This is why I have to talk to even a young man like Tate. Casanova is who you exactly don't want to be because you don't know his story. He was a pedophile. He was a pervert. He had no sexual discipline, and he was a prisoner. He was a con artist, a scammer, and this nigga took his own life the coward's way out. After he was put in prison and came back out, and he had nothing to live for in his late 50s and 60s, and he fucking took his own life. You don't want to be these guys. It sounds cool when you're 20 and 30, but when you got to live out 40, 50, and 60 with your reality, chasing bitches ain't cool. Pimping hoes in your 40s and 50s ain't cool, fam. Fighting the system in the Matrix ain't cool, fam. All right? You don't want to be these guys with your reputation of you battering women, and now you got to live that out to your 40s, 50s, and 60s, and you got to keep playing this scam and shell and card game to survive. You don't want that. And you don't want to follow that. You definitely ain't going to put that over above me because that's the story of Casanova. He was a piece of shit scammer with no sexual discipline, even having sex with young underage women, even close to his daughter, and nuns. These are people you don't want to be, but then you want to be Casanova thinking he was some sort of lover or lover boy. That's why I tell you, pimping hoes degree, teaching it to teenagers is not what you want to put ahead of me. In and out of jail his whole life, scamming the Princess of England even. Okay? No, brothers. You don't want that. You don't want that. That's Casanova. The supposedly the lover boy. That's where lover boy comes from. If you realize it, I've actually compared Tate to Casanova a long time ago. I was like, this guy sounds like he's Casanova. Casanova was internationally known. He was well known. People wanted to be like him. Young men did. He was getting pussy left and right. He had women and blah, 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 blah. He was well known for his lover boy tactic. But yet, guess what? It didn't end well. He was such a miserable person, he had to take his own life in the end. With nothing to live for. He could no longer scam women. He was well known in and out of prison. You don't want to be this. It sounds cool when you're 20 and 30 and driving nice cars and all that. Your job as a man is to get past that. Once you get past that and you start getting clarity as a mature male, to start making mature decisions that are going to take you into your 40s, 50s, and 60s in a healthy way. In a healthy way. You'll realize that that's the way out. Longevity, soul survival, getting to 50 and 60. That's the way out. It ain't controlling hoes and beating women and pimping them, and it ain't that. That's not the answer. Right? Anyway, H everyday American women feed off of negative energy. He says they don't know that they are the bottom of the barrel, but as long as they can look down on men, especially black men, they do feel better about themselves. Not doing better, but they feel better. This happened in Germany after World War II when they forced women into working spheres with men and got crushed and ran back to traditional ways. Shout out to you right there. All right, and how many more we got? Big Boss Man says, I've seen some compilations of Fit X Fearless getting trolled and roasted. These MFers have nothing better to do than to troll. Yeah, they do. I mean, again, you know, they're going to find the one thing they don't like about you and then continue to use that. And that's a quality, not a characteristic, all right? Characteristics are different. Pimp Daddy, hey coach, somebody hacked TikTok. That's the second time you said that. I'm not sure what they hacked though. Okay, so maybe they did hack it. But I haven't checked on it either. I did look at it. I thought it was still there. Let me see. What are they putting over there? I see the numbers are going down. What did they put? Anybody know? You keep saying they hacked it, but I don't see anything that they're putting over there. Or did they hack the other one? Nah, I don't see it. You keep saying it, but what did they do? It says right here, he considered self-deletion, but he didn't actually do it. He eventually died of a painful bladder disease. Thank you for that. He died of syphilis. Right now he died of syphilis. Tranisha says the Marlon Wayans looking lady got bad advice for her elders. What do you think about men asking out women via text? Older women say real men are supposed to call or ask. But I say SMS is just modern communication. It makes it easier and pleasant for men to spend their meat. Yes, a lot of people have these old ideas. You know, you got to ask a person in person. You know, a man needs to call and ask. Older women with these requirements for dating, just quit dating already. You're too old. A text message is enough. I almost never use the phone call. I almost never take phone calls on my phone. You're going to have to take this text. Now, in comparison to younger women, which you're competing against, whether you like it or not, younger women have almost, you could date a younger woman between the age of, let's just say 18 and 30, and almost never phone call them, never FaceTime them. This bitch will get on the airplane and fly from North Carolina to California, and she ain't heard your voice. She ain't seen a FaceTime, zip, and she will be on the fucking plane. Okay, so this is the difference in the dating marketplace. You can meet a girl on a dating app and she could be at your door and she ain't heard your photo, she ain't seen a legit photo of you, ain't heard your voice, and or saw your face on FaceTime. This is a new state of the art dating. All right, I've flown in women that never FaceTime me, never heard my voice on the phone, and she got on the fucking plane. All right, bruh. This is a reality. All right. So when I then hear an old broad tell me that I gotta ask her on the phone call, I gotta call her up like the old days and wait to get her ass on the line to have some conversation. Hey, baby, I'm looking to take you out. Nah, bruh. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. That's not necessarily, because most of us live busy lives. All right. We ain't got time to be sitting up there chopping it up on the phone. And just because I'm texting you doesn't mean I'm available or doesn't mean I'm free. I'm making time to text you, but I could be in the middle of doing something else. So then if I text you and some old broad then calls me on the phone, hey, no, baby, I'm doing something. I'm texting you, but I don't have the ability to talk right now. All right. Anyway, shout out to DJ says, if she's a real psychologist, she committed a HIPAA violation and could lose her license or be sued. Well, here's the problem. She's not a real psychologist. All right. She doesn't have a legitimate degree in that field. All right. An ancient man, shout out to you. Mr. Colorblind says, I watched Sammy the Bull and the mob preach family is first. I'm trying to figure out, how did the red pill turn this into men being simps. He says, would you guys go up to the mob and say you're a simp, or how does that work? That's true. That's true. The mob had very stringent rules as to how they treated their women and their wives, although they did cheat on their wives. If you were not taking care of your wife and your family, you were mud to a lot of mafia members or mob members. So a lot of people like to watch these gangsters and Italian mobs, but if you were a guy that had family and you didn't take care of your wife, even though your wife was a piece of shit, and you walked off on your wife and didn't take care of your wife, you would definitely get cooked, all right, by those men for not living up to your responsibility. Take care of your kids, take care of your family. Make sure she has, you know, if your wife had to go on welfare, all right, you were scum to men for sure. So, you know, we do have a lot of people that have never had family or never had responsibility to have kids and a wife, which it shows in this space. Not that you need it, but it shows, because I'm quite confused as to where men stand. All right. I hear a lot of you saying that these women are 304s and they don't deserve anything, but they need to be more feminine. And if they were more feminine, you would do what? Would you marry them? No, you're like, I ain't marrying them. Would you give them $100 a week for snacks and groceries? No, fuck that. No, she a gold digger. So it's best at this point to say, you guys have to just be by yourself. Okay, you guys aren't ready for relationships. You aren't ready for family and responsibility. When you start talking about women using men for food and foodie call dates, I'm like, man, what do you think happens in a marriage? You're in a fucking pet wallet. You're the wallet. You're gonna pay for a lot of shit, even if she makes her own money. You're paying for a lot of stuff. All right. You're not getting pussy for free. You're going to pay a lot for it. When you go on vacation, you're talking about $10,000 to take your 2 kids and wife, $20,000 to take your family on vacation. It ain't no joke. You know, nobody's out here going to just deal with this struggle life of you guys not going on vacation. Well, I just ain't going to take our family on vacation. Good luck. Good luck out here. Most men are just ill prepared for what the realities of dating and marriage is. This, I want a woman that will pay. A real woman likes you if she pays. What are you talking about? The first date, the second date? I've had women pay for dates. Drizzle. I've had women pay for 50% of the date. I've had women offer that. This is the one I'm supposed to pick. This is a whole trap. You guys fall for the simplest shit because you're simpletons. A woman that pays her weight or her half on the date is not demonstrating that she's willing to pay half throughout the relationship. She's demonstrating that she's willing to pay herself out of the responsibility of feeling like she has to fuck you at the end of the date. She's paying herself out of responsibility of feeling guilty of taking the leftovers home. She's paying her way out of the responsibility or paying her way. She's showing you and demonstrating that I'm not like these other girls that will use you for dates. But then you say she a real one if she pays half. Okay, dude, go ahead and pick her then. Wait for the relationship to ensue and let me know if she continues to pay half. Okay? Let me know if she continues to pay half. I guarantee you that she will discontinue paying half for shit by date number 3. It'll be discontinued. Okay? Then she'll start saying, well, good. Now that you locked in and now that you fell for the okie doke, she'll pay some here and some there. All right? But half on the vacation ain't going to happen. It's one of those things that I say you guys keep falling for the simplest bullshit and the simplest talk around these spaces. And to me, it's just so beneath me. But I see these are the common issues that you guys are keep arguing about. And I'm like, you guys are so fucking clueless about relationships. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. You guys, are we going to go to 5 hours? All you guys know is how to talk to. This is what all you guys know. how to possibly engage with a woman into a conversation. This shit is kindergarten to me, but we can talk about it. How to engage in a conversation, how to possibly get a phone number, how to get to possible meeting, walk in the park, date number 1, 2, and 3, how to get the fuck 1, 2, and 3 times. And then from there, it's a crapshoot. Okay. From there, you guys have little to no experience. Then you go through this cycle of doing this over and over and over and over again, over and over and over again and over. And then we got experts to teach you how to do this shit over and over and over again. You motherfuckers ain't got out of primary school yet in concern of relationships. Some of you guys ain't even got out of fucking pre-K yet in relationships. You don't know shit about nothing. All y'all just go through is these same steps over and over again, and then you finally settle for someone. You finally settle for one, and at best you get 4 to 6 months. Then the shit falls apart, just like, pfft. Then y'all go, what up? What happened now? Oh, these women used me for a couple of dates. Oh, drizzle. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about when dating and relationships. You haven't been there. You just don't know. So to me, this is an elementary conversation. I'm just sick of talking about it. And then you guys make a big deal about somebody paying for everything and not paying for anything. And wonder why it doesn't work. And who needs to pay on the first date? Are you serious? Who needs to pay? Trinicia, shout out to my sister. Can a man ask a woman out via text? Holy shit. I feel like I have a degree in physics, but I got to teach school at a primary school age every day. Just think about this. I have a degree. I have a degree in physics. I'm telling you the winning formula. I really want to tell you how to really work this shit, but you guys can't handle it. And then you revert back to some nigga shit that takes me back somewhere at the 4th grade sandbox. Okay. And I'm like, all right, I mean, this is the normie conversation on Instagram and Twitter. This shit just goes around and around and around. Am I supposed to keep posting about this? Am I supposed to keep making live streams about this? I'm trying to take y'all into the future, and here you motherfuckers go over here with your $2 ass talking about you don't want to get used for a date. Shit is and then you talking about tricking and never pay 100% and never and pay 50% and she should pay on the date. Let me just say this again. If a woman pays on date number 1 and 2 50%, let's just say she pays for both of the dates. Because I've had this happen. I've had a woman pay for date number 1. You can sure as well bet that behavior will not continue very long. But I hear she a real one and she pay. You niggas are really elementary school to me. You can bet that she will not continue that behavior very long. And the reason why I know is economically they ain't got it. They don't have the ability to do it. You'll be eating that motherfucking Chipotle for the rest of your life if you think she's going to do that. You ain't going to no 5-star restaurant. You ain't going to no 5-star hotel. You niggas going to be staying at the Red Roof Inn if you think you're going to live off a woman that's going to pay your way. You niggas will be at the Motel 6. Never experiencing 4-star, 5-star restaurants if you think she about to pay your way. Okay? It ain't gonna happen very long. He says right here, I've I've only had women pay for me when they saw me as the one weekend stay only. That's it. That you're about to get a weekend tops. Next week, go check in with that same woman. Hey, can I get another weekend like that? The answer is no. You ain't going to get very many out of that. You ain't going to be able to set your watch by it. You're not going to be able to mark your calendar by it. It's going to be one here, and 3 months later is going to be another there, and 8 months later is going to be another there. All right? You're not going to be able to set your watch to this type of behavior. So please just don't even look for it. Shouldn't even be anything you look for. If you're requiring it, it tells me that you're broke. Just leave it alone. Okay? Leave that shit alone. He says cougars normally pay. This is exactly, again, Motel 6 niggas. You Motel 6 niggas. Some of you guys, I mean, I swear to God, you guys have the lowest expectations out of life. I can't understand it. You're bragging about cougars paying you for dinner. I don't know what to tell you at this point. You're talking about fat cougars with stretch marks on their belly and stretch marks on their titties. Like, we cannot continue to go forward with you low quality Negroes. You guys are talking about bottom of the barrel scraps of any successful dating marketplace. These are the bottom of the barrel women. And you're talking about cougars and pogs. You don't realize what the bottom of the barrel is, do you? You don't realize that they must do this. They're not doing this because they want to. They're doing this because they have to. Cesarean section scars and shit. And dark lipstick and dark fingernails. Like, you talking about, there's so many losers out here. It's just unbelievable, bro. Like, you're going to feast on cougars. You're going to target cougars. And bitches bringing you in for weekend trips. Old scraps. As if this is what you should be targeting. I say this all the time, bro. When you try to prove me wrong, I'm like, look at what you're doing, you Motel 6 Red Roof Inn ass nigga. At least get to the Courtyard by the Marriott. I mean, you guys are some low. You ain't even at Holiday Inn Express. You're not even at the Holiday Inn Express, man. We talking about you on Motel Row. On some goddamn back street. And then you tell me, well, these type of women pay. Bruh, I don't mess with those type of women. I don't mess with those type of women. You have to mess with them by choice. I would mess with them for fun. All right. And I definitely ain't trying to get her to pay my way so I can spend a whole weekend smelling her wine breath. I'm going to sit up under her wine breath ass. You realize that when a woman pays for you, she pays for your time, which you then trick out and turn tricks for. She's not paying for you to come hit it real quick and dip. So if I'm dealing with a cougar, I'm going to go dip, hit real quick, dip. Thank you very much. Get my nut back out the door in 30 minutes. But because she's paying you, and you think you're winning, she actually bought your time. Listen to me. She just bought your time. Because what are you going to do? You're going to spend the whole weekend with her. You're going to parade her around with her mole and mustache and beard hairs. You're going to walk around here looking at her stretch marks on her titties. You're going to be over there sopping up her titties like a wet biscuit. And you're going to be out there for the whole weekend in the Red Roof Inn messing with this soggy titty woman. And you're going to tell me that some women pay. I just don't know what you're arguing. You're not making a case against what I'm saying. You're making a case that y'all low budget ninjas. Okay. Now you got to come up with stories and tell her how wonderful she is and she the best. She's a princess warrior, single mom, and how great she is. And you know, how her baby daddy ain't shit. Looking at her crusty heels and the bunion on her toes. Telling me that women pay. No, they bought your time. They bought your dedication. They bought your loyalty. They bought your ability to look past all the dimples on her booty. All right, that's what she bought. And now here you are gripping soggy biscuits, all right, just and telling me you're winning with her titties right there near her belly button. Okay, and you're telling me that you won because she paid. This is what you're telling me, right? I mean, come on, guys. Let's put everything in perspective. You act like this is the first time I've been talking to y'all. I've been telling you this for a minute. Oh, my Lord. Meanwhile, you could have been out with a nice piece of calico, the woman you really want, but you can't afford. Get your money up. Shout out to Jerome L. is in the building. Okay. No government name. So in addition to the atrocious behavior of the girlfriend and wife, the marriage laws and child support rules have not been updated because of the current laws and rules that enables and allow this behavior from women. This is also why men are walking away. It's looking like Rome all over again. Shout out to Logical Mindset. I personally know 5 women that self-deleted themselves in the past few years. Modern women would rather self-check out than pair bond with a man. Anybody looking for a relationship these days are cooked. Free agent lifestyle for life. Hey, get your money up, man. How many of you guys experienced that? Zero tolerance. The men that have experienced, we realize that if they only offer kitty, they just are going to go to seeking or SA, since we won't put up with the bitching and nagging and complaining. Wives complaining are ungrateful. Perhaps the Bible is needed only to maintain relationships, but the government is God now. Your thoughts. This is true. This is true. My boy Edwin says my boy tried to lie to cold approach a pog on the internet. He was charged with fear of assaults and stalking because he was courting her. Give her 2 elephant sounds. The price isn't right, and he was starving. Can't make this shit up. Wish my boy luck in the case. So fear of assault and stalking for going after a pog. Yes, indeed. All right. So, yeah, man, there's a lot going on here. Yeah, this is going to go to 5 hours. This is going to go to 5 hours. Maybe it won't. All right. I think I got down to the end. Oh, man. I get majorly frustrated. I hope you understand what I'm saying about things. When I say things, you don't put it all together because you guys still have wax in your ears. There's a lot of guys listening to and understanding what I'm saying. I'm not trying to complicate your life. My man says, Bobby Trauma, if she's paying you, she's playing you. Double show. He says, dub show. If she's paying you, she's playing you. People have to realize how the power of money works. But people are not listening to me. You're kind of looking for a error in judgment of my argument. My argument is thorough. It's thorough. It may not be what you would do. I understand that. But my argument is pretty thorough. All right. I have I got rigid standards. It's very basic, but it requires a lot of sacrifice. What guys don't want to do is they want to take the easy way out. And they want to continue doing the same thing over and over again, acting like it's going to produce a different result. And then when I call you out on it, you're like, well, what's wrong with what I'm doing? Well, it's low budget. If you do low budget shit, you're always going to be low budget. But if you have the ability to leap out of low budget, which you can, okay, because I was flat broke at one particular point, and it took a little reshaping of my mind. By the way, we're all broke out here. All right. If you ain't making $250K, kiss my ass. You broke. All right. I don't give a fuck about y'all. I'm making it, nigga. All right. Let me see some life insurance. All right. Let me see some goddamn home. Let me see some homeowners insurance. Let me see your rentals insurance. Okay. Let me see all that shit. Pull out your fucking XRP stash. All right. Let me see your cards registered and licensed. Let me see your passport. Okay. Let me see your long-term care insurance. Let me see your $50,000 cash liquid. Let me see your rental properties. Let me see all this shit that you got. All right, Mr. I'm making it off of $3K a month. But most of us right now, Y'all headed to Brokesville and y'all just basically just waiting for the other shoe to drop for y'all to be under broke. Okay, under broke. But there's people that make $250K a year and they broke. They flat broke, paycheck to paycheck, waiting for the next hit, fiending. But people out here, really out here, ignoring reality. In the face of reality, y'all watching the fucking, y'all in quicksand right now. Y'all in quicksand trying to figure out how to get out of quicksand by getting to women. All right, proving yourself around women. Y'all are avoiding the inevitable. And it's like, what are y'all doing out here? Do you realize what we're going to do? Do you realize where we're going in 5 to 10 years? Do you realize, yep, you ain't got no prep, ain't got no land. We really is up shit creek because we're going there regardless. We might be even in a full-scale war, which would be detrimental to a lot of people. People are getting laid off. You guys really have no plan for your financial future. All you got is telling me, yep, you got no cash on hand. You don't got 50, 20K to grab. And I've been there. I literally had to get all of that first and then come back and look at it and go, damn, I'm in a leverage position. Yep. He says on a highway to hell. And there's no denying that we're here. You guys are feeling the squeeze. So when I tell you that you have to get out of the low budget mindset, you do have to get out of it or you're cooked. And every day you don't do it, you're setting yourself back 2 days. Okay? And then you do this over weeks, months, years. You're going to wonder why you're not where you want to be, and you're going to try to make it make sense. Yeah. You're going to try to make it make sense. But let me just remind you, it was 2019, 5 years ago. Y'all remember 2019? You remember it because shit was good. All right? This was before COVID. Donald Trump was in his first term, probably headed on his way out. We were not in, bad economy. It was not the best. But 2019 was not that long ago. And we would take 2019 right now. You would trade your world right now for 2019. For the issues we had in 2019, for the economy, for the world, for the job market. We would trade everything in for 2019. I want you to think about this. Y'all done watch 5 and 6 years pass, and that shit went in the blink of a fucking eye. Not only that, you set 2.5 years out. So that's where you really fucked up. And you thought we were going to go back to start over in 2019. But we're in the new world. We're in the new economy. We're in a new relationship marketplace. We're not in the old anymore. The old rules are gone. They told you there was a reset, a great reset. They stopped the world like this and changed it while you motherfuckers were sitting inside watching CGA on YouTube. 2019 gone. We are closer to 2030 than we are to 2019. It's the new normal, whatever you want to call it. And they did it right in front of your face. And they stopped it, and they stopped your action. They stopped your ambition. They stopped everything. And like they had y'all riding good and getting PPP loans all through 2022. They thought you thought it was good. Everything's fine. And then shit slowed down in 2023, 2024, 2025. And now it will continue to go down, motherfucker. There's no plan for this getting better anytime soon economically. So you still up shit's creek. And if you haven't made a change, you let weeks and years and months go by. You getting cooked. You getting boiled right now. Slow boiled. This is not even an argument. It sounded crazy when I was telling you this was going to happen in 2019 and 2020. By the way, I predicted this. Yep, the Build Back Better. So if you didn't make a move in between 2019 and 2025, you still have a little bit of time. But what's telling me that worked in 2019, you're trying to take it to 2025, you out of your fucking mind, bro. And that goes for dating, marriage, romance, macking, banging cougars and pogs, picking up girls at the bar, cold approach, okay? For me, I got better in that time. But I actually had to really go against the grain. I got better, bro. All right? It worked out for me. All right? But I had to come in here, but don't act like I didn't tell you what was happening during when it was happening. I was like, man, y'all better do something. Y'all rents are higher. Rents are way higher. In 2019, my rent was $2,500. And that was in Newport Beach, California. That was considered the highest rent, one of the highest rents in Southern California. 2-bedroom, $2,500. See here. You see what I want to see what the rent is for that fucking place now. Wow. Same place now today, $3,700. $3,700 today. It's an estimate. That rent was in 2019. I paid $2,500 for it. Today, that place rents for $3,780. Okay, that was in Newport Beach, California. Same place. In 6 years. Let me show you another one. I'm going to show you another one. Let me see here. Let's see. How do I spell that? Let me see if I can pull this up here, just out of curiosity. All right, there was another place that I rented in Newport Beach. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. That was before I moved to Vegas. And I was paying $4,200. $4,200. Let me see where's the fucking here. All right, I got it already. Come on, reset. Get out of here. All right, they got the, okay, here is your view availability. Holy mackerel. All right, so that's the wrong place. I want it to be, give me a second here. Pull this up. I'm just out of curiosity. Y'all ain't got to stick around for this. Availability. 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. Listed. All right. Jesus. All right. So I was paying $4,200. Today, it is at $5,960. Today, $5,960. Look. And that was, I moved from there in 2022. 2022. I moved from there. My rent was $4,200. And I paid a full year in advance. I tell you, man. I paid a full year in advance at that rate at one point. All right. That's how big I was balling. All right. I was like, I'm going to pay a full year down. The same place in Newport Beach, $5,960. Come on, man. Come on, bruh. Y'all telling me we living in the same years? We living in the same years? Nothing's changing around us, dude. The world is melting right now around you. The world is melting around you. Slowly fucking melting, and the goddamn drips are dripping down here. And you're telling me about some cougars and pogs in the Red Roof Inn. Y'all better boss the fuck up, man. Y'all better boss the fuck up. And it ain't just the rents. It's going across the board on everything, man. Shit is, and I ain't trying to scare you out here, but I got to shake y'all fucking heads, man. I got to shake y'all heads and snatch y'all collars out. The shit y'all talking about And y'all worried about this bullshit and this content creator, man. This shit is, and you're getting priced out of housing. Fuck that. All right, you getting priced out. And y'all gonna say that's just Newport Beach. I don't give a fuck what city you live in. That's the same shit. All right, the same shit. I don't care. It's just relative to your market. It ain't like the price didn't go up in Atlanta. It went up in Atlanta. What you was paying in Atlanta in 2019, you ain't paying that right now in 2025, and you ain't gonna pay that now in 2030. So you better get it up. You better get it up, man. Get rid of these goddamn women and game and all of that shit is loser direction. You're headed to Loserville. All right, you headed to Loserville. That is a loser mindset. You trying to prove some shit that ain't gonna matter in the end. Yep, it's the same shit everywhere. Don't take because it was in a nice market. All right, yeah, that's one of the prime real estate. That was 10-minute drive to the beach, 5-minute drive to the beach. All right, so on the coastline of California. So yeah, but it ain't that high everywhere. But yeah, it's high everywhere. It has gone up. It's the only answer left is boss up. Game ain't gonna get you nowhere. Game is gonna get you child support at this point. Game is go. You got to wake up. And H every day still laughing my ass off about yesterday. A woman said she squat 250 and spoke 3 languages, but you travel single and no one at the destination wants to hit it. Big L. Girl trips are an L. If you ain't getting no trim or getting your back blown out, you wasted a ticket. All right. But they trying to get wiped up out here. A goal for a woman is not sex. A goal for a woman definitely is to get wiped up out here. Y'all can stay sleep, but nigga, hey, look, y'all can stay broke, but I got dope to sell. Y'all better figure out a way because it ain't going to be easy out here, brothers. It ain't easy, but you got to do it now because I started my journey for people that want to know. I started in 2013. Okay. I started in 2013. So this is why I'm where I'm at now. So it took 12 years to get here. It took 12 years. You guys have no control in fixing this, right? The tariffs alone from Donald Trump is going to cause us some discomfort. So even he admits this. So his economic plan doesn't go into effect now. He said, yeah, I'm going to put this tariff shit into action and they're going to play their games and you're going to suffer at the motherfucking pump. You're going to suffer as a consumer. So even if you're a Trumper and you think he's going to fix it, he's telling you even in his plan, we're going to suffer just a little bit. But it took me 12 years to shake my way out of this matrix. And I had to grind and sacrifice and have people call me all kind of names and get divorced and lose my family and lose friendships and separate myself from dead weight. But yeah, man, you got to imagine what rents are going to be. And what the housing market is going to be in 3 years. All right. I know these housing markets, you think the housing prices are going to crash. No, they are not. They will crash in certain places where people have over leveraged themselves, but they're not going to crash so you can come up here and gobble them up and go out there and move out of your house and plunk down your 2.5% down payment. It's not going to be that. So don't expect that. I need you guys to really shake your life into order and get the priorities straight. Yeah, my man said eggs. What is eggs, man? Eggs. All right, eggs are running around here $10 a carton. We getting milk, bruh. Yep. Yeah. Trump said y'all gonna feel that pain. Trump said y'all gonna feel the pain. So that means in the next year or two, we about to feel that pain. He ain't got no solution for you. So yeah, people gonna foreclose their house, but you ain't gonna go in there and gobble them up. BlackRock already gonna gobble it up before you go gobble it up. So we already know that. But it took me 12 years to get what you're seeing is a completion of 12 years of me just getting a singular focus. Going, okay, these cougars are nice. All right, these fat chicks are nice. These low-grade women are nice. These average women are nice. Now I can go out and go, here. Okay? I can treat a beautiful woman for a nice time and lease her and put her back. I don't find a problem with this at all. And do not think you're gonna make me feel guilty for folding up some of the primest punani you can find out here. All right? But you gotta pay for it. Hell the fuck. I don't pay for nothing. I just rent it. And I send them back home to their bullshit. All right? This is the best case scenario going. I have nothing to prove to women. I have nothing to prove to you and my ability to get and obtain women and keep them around and try to get them on my program. Shit. The best marketplace we got going right now is I can lease a woman, get her, put my motherfucking feet on her pedals, feel her leather steering wheel, shift that motherfucker overdrive, downshift it, motherfucker, and overshift it, and I can take this motherfucker and I can ram this bitch around the corner, and run, motherfucker jam, motherfucker hit the clutch, soon as I'm done with it, park that bitch, hand the keys over. Somebody else put the maintenance on that. Check the tires. I don't give a fuck what you do to it. The women that y'all been wanting all y'all lives, I get to take her ass out for a spin. Send her fucking back to the goddamn parking lot. All right, and go back home and sleep. Meanwhile, y'all trying to take cougars out to dinner. All right, y'all taking cougars out to dinner because she paying tonight. We are not the same. Y'all trying to pimp hoes and put them on OnlyFans. How to pimp hoes and put them on OnlyFans. All right. We are not the same. Meanwhile, your rent going up 25% next year. All right. And you will say nothing about it, bro. Anyway, shout out to the Coach Gang. We out of here. I'll catch the other super chats later. Peace.
Better boss up, nigga.